Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Naruto replaced Rimuru and built a monster girl nation devoted to him. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. A Maelstrom Reborn Darkness. Complete and absolute. No sound, no light, no sensation of his own body. Sasuke. The word ripped from where his throat should have been, but nothing came out. The last thing he remembered was Kagaya's dimensional rift tearing open behind them, her final desperate attack as they sealed her away. Sasuke had shoved him aside. Or had he pulled Sasuke? Everything blurred together in that final moment, the searing white light, the sensation of being unmade at the molecular level, and then this. Naruto tried to move his arms. Nothing. Tried to feel his legs. Nothing. Tried to open his eyes. Nothing. Okay, he thought, forcing down the panic rising in his chest. Except he didn't have a chest anymore. Okay. Think. What would Shikamaru do? He'd say panicking is troublesome and figure out the situation first. So Naruto did what Naruto always did when faced with impossible odds. He got stubborn. He pushed his consciousness outward, trying to sense anything, and suddenly information flooded his mind. He was round, small. There was something beneath him that felt like stone, cool and slightly damp. The air around him carried traces of magical energy. Not chakra, something different, something older. Great Sage, analysis complete. A voice echoed in his mind. Current form, slime. Unique skills acquired, Predator, Great Sage. Resistances acquired, physical attack, pain, paralysis, electricity. Notice. All skills from previous existence have been sealed and require gradual unlocking through soul adaptation. Wait, what? Who's there? Who are you? Naruto's thoughts scrambled. The voice felt like it came from inside him, but it wasn't Kurama. Kurama's presence had always been warm, eventually, like a grumpy fire in his gut. This was different, clinical, precise, helpful in a detached sort of way. Great Sage is a unique skill granted upon reincarnation. Function. Analysis, strategy formulation, skill management. I exist to serve your needs, Master. Don't call me that. The response was automatic. Naruto. Just Naruto. And what do you mean, slime? Like the goopy monsters from Erosenen's fantasy novels. Affirmative. You have been reincarnated as a slime-type monster in the Great Jura Forest. Current size. Approximately 40 centimeters in diameter. Current threat level. Below E rank. Naruto would have laughed if he could. The hero who helped defeat Kagaya, the 7th Hokage candidate, the Jinchuriki who befriended the nine-tailed fox, now a blob of goo that registered as less threatening than a particularly aggressive rabbit. All right, he thought. And if determination could have a shape, his entire gelatinous body would have squared up. All right, fine. We've started from nothing before. We clawed our way up from dead last. This is just a different kind of starting line. He tried to move, and after several embarrassing minutes of flopping uselessly, he figured out the trick. He had to shift his mass, compress, and expand in waves. It was less walking and more controlled falling in a specific direction. Humiliating, honestly, but it worked. The cave around him slowly came into focus as he figured out how to sense his surroundings without eyes. Some kind of magical echolocation, according to Great Sage. The stone walls were ancient, carved by water over millennia, and the air carried a charge that made his entire body tingle. This magical density is unusual, Great Sage supplied. Hypothesis. You have materialized near a significant magical nexus or sealed entity. Sealed entity? Naruto's metaphorical ears perked up. He knew about seals. He knew about entities. He knew exactly how much trouble both could cause when mixed together. Lead the way. Following the increasing magical pressure, Naruto oozed deeper into the cave system. The journey took hours, or maybe days, he had no way to tell. But eventually the tunnel opened into a massive cavern that made his slime body shiver. Chains. Thousands of them, black as midnight, covered in sealing script that hurt to look at directly. They crisscrossed the entire cavern, all of them converging on a single point in the center where, holy crap, a dragon, an actual dragon, scales the color of a raging thunderstorm, wings folded tight against its body, head larger than the Hokage monument. It was beautiful and terrifying and absolutely, completely, definitely still alive because one massive eye cracked open and focused directly on him. Well, well, the dragon's voice rumbled through the cavern, through Naruto's body, through what passed for his bones. A visitor. How many centuries has it been? The eye narrowed, examining him. A slime? Truly? The great Veldora? Storm dragon? Sealed away for 300 years. And my first company is a slime barely worth the magical energy it takes to perceive. Naruto's immediate thought was, this guy talks like a combination of Kurama's arrogance and Jiraiya's dramatics. His second thought was, I already like him. The name's Naruto, he projected, figuring out how to push his thoughts outward. Uzumaki Naruto. And for the record, I'm not just any slime. I'm the slime who's gonna be... He stopped. What was he going to be here? Hokage didn't exist in this world. I'm gonna be someone who matters. Believe it. Veldora's eye widened slightly, then narrowed again. Believe it? What manner of bizarre catchphrase is that? And you speak with such confidence for a creature I could destroy with an errant breath, were I not currently bound. Yeah, about that. Naruto bounced closer, examining the chains. The seal work was intricate, layered, clearly the product of immense skill. These are nasty. Who did this to you? A human. Veldora's rumble carried notes of grudging respect and lingering frustration. A hero, they called her, summoned from another world. She possessed a blade capable of severing even my connection to the world's energy. And when she could not slay me, she settled for this. An infinite prison, designed to hold me until the end of time itself. That's rough, buddy. Naruto circled the dragon slowly, great sage analyzing the magical constructs as he went. The seal was incredible work, honestly. Whoever this hero was, she knew her craft. But Naruto had spent his entire life around seals. His father invented the dead demon consuming seal. His mother's clan specialized in sealing arts. He'd contained the strongest tailed beast for 16 years. He might be a slime now, but seal knowledge didn't care about physical form. Great sage, he thought. Can you analyze this fully? Cross-reference with my sealed knowledge of Fuinjutsu? Acknowledged. Analysis will require significant time. Preliminary assessment. The infinite prison operates on principles similar to dimensional isolation techniques. Complete breakdown possible, but would require either overwhelming magical power or precise application of countersealing methodology. So basically, I need to either be super strong or super smart about it. Affirmative. Veldora watched this silent exchange with growing curiosity. You are not merely a slime, are you? I sense something else within you. Fragments of a power I do not recognize, sealed away like my own flames. Yeah. Naruto stopped his circling, facing the dragon directly. I used to be human, a ninja actually, from a completely different world. I died protecting my home and woke up like this. He paused. I know what it's like to have something powerful sealed inside you. I know what it's like to be alone because of it. The cavern went quiet. Veldora's massive eye studied him with new intensity. You were a container? A jailer for some manner of sealed being? His name was Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. And yeah, for most of my life, people hated me because of what I carried. Called me monster, demon, threw rocks at me, refused to sell me food, pretended I didn't exist. Naruto's slime body rippled with old pain that transcended physical form. But you know what? Kurama wasn't the monster they thought he was. He was angry, sure. He'd been used and controlled and betrayed so many times he forgot how to trust. But underneath all that, he just wanted what everyone wants. Acknowledgement, connection, to not be alone. Veldora was silent for a long moment. You speak of your jailer as a friend. He became one. My best friend, actually. We saved each other in the end. Naruto's voice softened. I miss him. More silence. Then Veldora's rumble came, quieter than before. I have been called monster as well. Calamity. Disaster. When I appear, humans flee. Other monsters cower. Even my own kind keeps their distance, for my power is too chaotic, too uncontrollable. A sound that might have been a bitter laugh. 3 centuries in this prison, and not once has anyone come to speak with me, to see me as anything other than a force to be feared or contained. Well, that ends today. Naruto bounced forward with renewed determination. I can't break this seal right now. I'm too weak and I don't understand the magic of this world well enough yet. But I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna get you out of here, Veldora. That's a promise. A promise? From a slime. From Uzumaki Naruto. And I never go back on my word. That's my ninja way. He paused, considered. I guess it's my slime way now, but same principle. Veldora stared at him. Then the dragon did something Naruto didn't expect. He laughed. Not a mocking laugh, but a genuine, surprised, delighted laugh that shook dust from the cavern ceiling. You are utterly absurd. A slime, making promises to free a storm dragon, claiming to have befriended a sealed beast in another world. Speaking of ninja ways and slime ways, the laughter continued, and there was something almost desperate in it. Like Veldora had forgotten what joy felt like. I have not laughed in 300 years. Not once. And now a tiny blue blob waddles into my prison and makes me laugh until my chains rattle. Hey, I'm not blue. Naruto checked himself. He was extremely blue. Okay, I'm a little blue. But that's not the point. The point is, Veldora interrupted, his voice warming considerably, that you are the most interesting thing to happen to me in 3 centuries. Naruto Uzumaki. I will remember that name. Good, because I've got a proposal. Naruto had been thinking about this since he started analyzing the seal. The way this infinite prison works, it's trying to isolate you from the world, right? Cut off your connection to everything outside? But what if you weren't outside? What if you were inside something else, something that could move freely? Veldora's eye widened. You suggest. I've got this skill called Predator. I can absorb things into myself. What if I absorbed you? Not permanently, you'd still be you, just inside me. We could work on breaking the seal from the inside while I explore the outside. Naruto paused. Plus, honestly, I could use the company. Great Sage is helpful, but they're not exactly chatty. You would carry me within you? Share your existence with a storm dragon? The magical density alone could tear your slime body apart. I've handled worse. Naruto thought about holding back the Nine-Tails chakra, about merging with Kurama during the war, about the Six Paths power flowing through him. I'm kind of used to having powerful beings inside me. It's practically a family tradition at this point. Veldora was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice carried something Naruto recognized immediately. Hope, fragile and afraid of being crushed. If I agree to this, you must give me a name, your name as part of mine. It will create a bond between us, a soul corridor that cannot be broken by any seal. A name, Naruto considered. Names had power. He'd learned that from the Uzumaki clan histories, from the Bijou, from everything he'd experienced. How about Veldora Tempest? Tempest because you're a storm dragon, and because where I come from, storms represent change. New beginnings. And honestly, I think we're both about to stir up a whole lot of change in this world. The moment he spoke the name, something shifted. Not just in the air around them, but in the fabric of reality itself. Naruto felt a connection snap into place, warm and electric, linking his consciousness to Veldora's. Notice, Great Sage announced, Soul Corridor established. Naming has resulted in significant magicule expenditure. Unique skill storm magic, partially inherited. Entering recovery state. Wait, recovery state? What does that? Naruto's world went dark. He woke up to Veldora's laughter echoing in his mind. Incredible. You actually did it. I am inside you, and yet I can perceive the world through your senses. This is actually comfortable, like a vacation retreat, but mobile. Naruto groaned internally. How long was I out? 3 days, according to the magical density cycles, Great Sage supplied. Your body has adapted to contain Veldora's essence. Additional resistances gained. Storm magic, dragon aura. Unique skill, predator, has evolved to gluttony. 3 days. Naruto pulled himself upright, or as upright as a slime could get. He felt different, stronger. There was a thrumming power in his core that hadn't been there before. All right, Veldora. Looks like we're stuck together for a while. I'm gonna go explore this world, figure out how things work here, and eventually find a way to break that seal completely. Sound good? It sounds like the beginning of an excellent adventure. Veldora's enthusiasm was infectious. Though I must warn you, the outside world will be treacherous. The Great Jura Forest is home to countless monsters, many of whom will see a lone slime as an easy meal. Even with my power supplementing yours, you will need to be cautious. Caution isn't really my style. Naruto began moving toward the cave exit, his movements much smoother now. But I'll try to be smart about it. Maybe. Sometimes. You are going to be exhausting, aren't you? Buddy, you have no idea. The journey to the surface took most of a day, but when Naruto finally emerged from the cave mouth, he stopped. The forest stretched endlessly in every direction. Trees so massive they made the ones in Konoha look like saplings. The air was thick with magical energy, life, possibility. Creatures he couldn't identify moved in the underbrush. Birds with too many wings sang songs that resonated on frequencies he could feel in his core. It was beautiful. Well, he thought to himself and to the dragon now residing inside him. Here goes everything. Surviving in the forest was harder than he'd expected and easier than it should have been. Harder because everything tried to eat him. Giant centipedes, carnivorous plants, wolf-like creatures with bladed tails. Slimes that had apparently gone feral and attacked anything that moved. Naruto spent his first week running, bouncing rapidly, from one threat to another, absorbing small monsters out of pure survival instinct. Easier because every time he absorbed something, Great Sage analyzed it. Skills, abilities, even memories if the creature had any. Naruto learned the forest's geography from absorbing a lizard that had lived in the area for decades. He gained the ability to sense magical signatures from eating a snake that hunted by detecting energy. His gluttony skill grew more refined with each use. And then there was the matter of his sealed ninja abilities. Great Sage, status report on unsealing progress. Current unsealed capabilities. Basic chakra manipulation, 10%. Enhanced physical parameters, 15%. Sensory abilities, 25%. Recommendation. Continue absorbing diverse monster types to accelerate soul adaptation. So I can sense stuff and hit harder than a normal slime, but I can't use jutsu yet. Affirmative. Shadow Clone Jutsu estimated 35% unsealed. Rasengan estimated 20% unsealed. Sage Mode estimated 5% unsealed. 6 Paths abilities currently inaccessible. That tracked. His sensing abilities had always been his strongest suit even before Sage Mode. And the Shadow Clones were practically part of his soul at this point. He'd been using them since he was 12. Any shortcuts? Absorbing beings with similar energy signatures to chakra would accelerate the process. Unfortunately, chakra does not naturally exist in this world. Naruto sighed internally. Of course it doesn't. Nothing's ever easy. I find your complaints amusing, Veldora chimed in. You have acquired more power in 2 weeks than most monsters gain in a century, and yet you bemoan the lack of even faster progress. You don't understand. My signature move is creating 1,000 copies of myself and having them all hit the enemy at once. Without shadow clones, I'm working at like 0.1% efficiency. That sounds horrifically overpowered. That's the point. Their bickering had become constant background noise, and Naruto found he enjoyed it. Veldora was knowledgeable about this world in ways Great Sage couldn't replicate. The dragon understood the politics, the history, the personalities of major powers. He told Naruto about the demon lords, the human kingdoms, the delicate balance that kept relative peace in the region. He also told terrible jokes and demanded that Naruto describe every meal he absorbed in excruciating detail. Nobody was perfect. By the end of his 3rd week in the forest, Naruto had grown. Literally. He was now about twice his original size, his blue coloring deeper and richer with accumulated magical energy. But more importantly, he'd found something he hadn't expected. A village. Small, primitive, maybe 100 inhabitants at most. Goblins. Great Sage analysis. Goblin settlement. Current population. 98. Threat level E-rank collective, F-rank individual. Social structure tribal, led by a single elder. Current status. Under siege. That last part was obvious. The village was surrounded by a pack of those blade-tailed wolves. Dire wolves, Veldora called them, easily 200 strong. The goblins had formed a defensive perimeter with crude spears and shields, but they were outnumbered, outmatched, and from the scent of blood in the air, already taking losses. "We should leave," Veldora suggested. "This is not our concern. The weak are consumed by the strong. Such is the natural order." "Yeah," Naruto replied, already moving toward the village. "That's never really been my thing." "You cannot be serious. You are a slime. Those dire wolves would." "Watch me." Naruto burst from the tree line at maximum speed. His body compressed into a dense projectile. He slammed into the first dire wolf before it could react, and gluttony activated on instinct. The wolf vanished into his mass, absorbed instantly, and Naruto immediately gained its abilities. Enhanced speed, pack communication, blade generation. The other wolves turned toward him, snarling. "Hey, big ugly mutts." Naruto bounced between 2 more, absorbing them mid-leap. "Yeah, that's right, dinner's fighting back. Come get some." What followed was chaos. Naruto couldn't match the direwolves in raw power. Not yet, not in his current form. But he was faster than anything his size should be, and every wolf he absorbed made him faster still. He became a blue blur of consumption, always moving, always striking, never giving the pack a chance to coordinate. The goblins watched in stunned silence as a slime systematically devoured their attackers. Took 20 minutes. When it was over, Naruto had absorbed 63 direwolves, and the remainder had fled into the forest. He sat in the middle of the battlefield, visibly larger than before, processing the massive influx of abilities and memories. Notice. Significant evolution possible. Direwolf race available for partial incorporation. Pack leader skill acquired. Intimidation aura acquired. Cool. Naruto turned his attention to the goblins, who were approaching cautiously, spears raised. Hi there. Friendly slime. Not gonna eat you. Promise." The goblins did not lower their spears. An elderly goblin pushed through the crowd, bent with age, leaning on a gnarled staff. His eyes were sharper than his body suggested. "Great one," the elder said, dropping to his knees. The other goblins followed instantly. "You have saved our village. We are eternally grateful. Please, tell us how we may serve you." "Whoa, hey no, stand up." Naruto bounced forward, uncomfortable. "I didn't save you for service. I saved you because you needed help and I could provide it. That's all." The elder looked up, confusion evident. "But you are powerful. We are weak. The strong command and the weak obey. This is the law of the forest." Naruto thought about Konoha, about the way civilians had treated him, about the way shinobi treated their subordinates, about the endless cycle of masters and servants, of chains that went all the way up and all the way down. "Well," he said, "I'm gonna need you to forget that law, because in my experience, the only thing that really matters is whether you're willing to protect the people precious to you. Strength comes and goes. Positions change. But the bonds between people, those last forever." He paused. "So here's what I'm offering instead. I don't want servants. I want friends, I guess. Neighbors. People I can trust and who can trust me. I'm gonna stick around this area for a while. figure some stuff out, and while I'm here, I'll protect this village. In exchange, you tell me about this world, this forest, and you let me help you build something better than what you've got now. Deal?" The goblins exchanged glances. The elder's mouth worked silently for a moment. "You want to help us? Without demanding fealty? Without claiming us as property?" "Property? What kind of messed up?" Naruto cut himself off. "Different world. Different rules. Of course slavery and ownership of sentient beings would be normalized here. He'd have to deal with that eventually. No. No property. No slaves. No ownership of people. Just cooperation. Mutual benefit. Friendship." The elder began to cry. "In all my many years," he said, voice breaking, "no one has ever. We have always been the lowest, the fodder, the expendable. And you, great one, with power to destroy us all, offer us friendship." "I'm not that great," Naruto said. "I'm just a guy who remembers what it feels like to be at the bottom, to have everyone look at you like you're nothing. I wouldn't wish that on anyone." He extended a pseudopod. "So what do you say? Friends?" The elder reached out with a trembling hand and touched the offered appendage. Friends. Behind them, the sun was setting, painting the forest in shades of orange and gold. Naruto watched the colors shift and felt something settle in his chest. This wasn't Konoha. These weren't his people. But maybe they could be. 2 days later, Naruto realized he'd made a critical error. "They won't stop bowing," he muttered to Veldora. "I told them we're equals. I specifically said no kneeling. But every time I turn around, someone's face down in the dirt. You showed them power far beyond their comprehension and then treated them with kindness," Veldora replied, amused. "To them, you are not merely a friend. You are a savior. A god, perhaps. I'm literally a slime. A slime who destroyed their ancestral enemies in minutes. A slime who offers protection without demanding submission. In this world, Naruto, such things are unheard of. You cannot expect them to understand immediately." Naruto grumbled but had to admit the dragon had a point. These goblins had lived their entire lives under the constant threat of extinction. They'd never known safety, never known kindness from those stronger than themselves. His behavior didn't compute in their worldview, so he'd have to change their worldview. One day at a time. He started with the basics. The village was barely functional. Crude huts that leaked, no proper water system, food storage that invited rot and pests. Naruto couldn't build anything himself, no hands. But he had great sage analyze optimal village layouts and spent hours describing what he needed to the goblins. They listened like he was delivering holy scripture. Within a week, the village had transformed. Proper wooden structures with actual roofs. A central well that tapped into an underground spring. Food storage raised off the ground and sealed against moisture. Defensive walls with watchtowers. "This is insane," one of the younger goblins, Rigor, the son of the village chief who died in the direwolf attack, said as he surveyed their work. "We've accomplished more in 7 days than we did in the previous 7 years. "You always had the capability," Naruto replied. "You just needed someone to show you it was possible. You're not just someone, Lord Naruto. Still not a lord. Of course, Lord Naruto." Naruto gave up on that particular battle for now. The goblins' rapid progress wasn't just about better instruction, though. Naruto had noticed something odd. They seemed to be getting stronger, faster, smarter. The young goblins who'd been barely able to lift spears were now sparring with actual technique. The elder's health had improved visibly. Even the children were speaking in more complex sentences. Great sage analysis. Why are the goblins improving so rapidly? Hypothesis confirmed. Proximity to a powerful named monster accelerates growth in unnamed monsters. Additionally, your emotional investment in their development appears to be creating a resonance effect through the soul corridor with Veldora. You are unconsciously sharing trace amounts of magical energy. I'm powering them up just by caring about them. Affirmative. However, this effect is limited. For substantial growth, the goblins would require individual names. Naming. Veldora had mentioned that, in this world, names carried power, they defined existence, granted individuality, connected beings to the world's magical framework. To name a monster was to claim responsibility for it, to share one's own energy with it. What would happen if I named them? Significant evolution likely. However, naming consumes magicules proportional to the gap between namer and named. Given the current population of the village, naming all inhabitants would result in extended dormancy for you. How extended? Estimated minimum, 2 weeks. Naruto considered. 2 weeks was a long time to be unconscious. A lot could go wrong. But looking at the goblins, at their eager faces and cautious hope, at the way they were already starting to stand taller. Do it, he decided. Great sage, help me come up with names. Good ones, not just random sounds. Names that mean something. Acknowledged. He gathered the village in the central square at sunset. All 98 surviving goblins, from the elderly to the newborn, stood in a rough semicircle around him. Their eyes reflected the fading light, wide and wondering. So, Naruto began, feeling slightly ridiculous about to give a speech as a slime. I've been thinking about this whole friend thing, and I realized I've been doing it wrong. You can't really be friends with someone if you don't know their name, right? Murmurs of confusion. Here's the thing. In this world, names have power. I know that now. And I know that goblins usually don't have individual names because nobody thinks you're worth the energy. He let that sit for a moment, watching their faces fall into familiar resignation. But that's stupid. Every single one of you is worth naming. You've worked hard. You've fought to survive. You've welcomed a weird slime into your village without trying to eat me even once, which I appreciate. A few hesitant laughs. So I'm gonna name you. All of you. It's probably gonna knock me out for a while, maybe a couple weeks. But when I wake up, I want to see what you've become. I want to see the people I know you can be. He paused, looking at each of them in turn. Are you ready? The elder stepped forward, tears in his eyes again. Lord Naruto, this is too much. To name all of us would surely. I know what it'll cost. I'm doing it anyway. Naruto projected as much warmth as he could into his next words. Because you're precious to me, and I protect what's precious to me. That's just who I am. He started with the elder. Your name is Rigard. It means unyielding protector. You've held this village together through everything. Don't stop now. The effect was immediate. Golden light erupted from Rigard's body, and he began to change. Taller, broader, his hunched posture straightening as decades of wear reversed themselves. When the light faded, he stood nearly 6 feet tall, muscular and proud, still clearly goblin but elevated into something more. A hobgoblin. The word came from Great Sage automatically. The village gasped. Naruto continued. Your rigor, named for your father, because his courage lives in you. The chief's son transformed next, becoming a warrior that would give most Chunin pause. One by one, Naruto named them all. Gapta, the enthusiastic young scout who'd been first to approach him after the battle. Haruna, the quiet herbalist who'd been tending the wounded. Kaijin, the elder craftsman whose hands still knew how to build despite his age. Dozens more, each name chosen to reflect their personality, their potential, their place in the community. By the time he reached the last child, a tiny thing with enormous eyes who he named Malim after a word Veldora mentioned meant miracle. Naruto's consciousness was already fading. Great Sage. How long? Estimated recovery time, 3 weeks. Your investment exceeded projections. Worth it, he managed, before darkness claimed him. He woke to argument. Cannot simply wait. The Lord has been unconscious for 20 days. We must seek help. From where? The humans would sooner kill us than assist. The other forest tribes view us as competitors at best, prey at worst. Lord Naruto is our only ally. Then we protect him until he wakes. We have the strength now. That was Rigger's voice, deeper and more confident than Naruto remembered. He pulled himself together literally and blinked into awareness. The scene that greeted him was different. The goblins had transformed completely, not just in size and strength, but in bearing. The village around him had expanded dramatically, new buildings constructed with actual architectural knowledge. He could see a forge belching smoke, hear the ring of hammer on metal. The walls had been reinforced with stone, watchtowers manned by armed guards. And then there were the wolves, massive dire wolves, the same breed that had attacked the village, now padded between buildings like household pets. Goblins rode on their backs, patrolling the perimeter. The pack leader, Naruto could sense the hierarchy through his absorbed pack communication, sat calmly beside Rigor, allowing the hobgoblin to scratch behind his ears. "Oh good," Naruto said. "You tamed the things that tried to eat you. That's very Konoha of you." Every head in the area snapped toward him. For a moment, silence. Then chaos. "Lord Naruto." He was immediately surrounded by celebrating goblins. Hobgoblins now, every single one of them. Their voices overlapping in an incomprehensible wall of gratitude. Someone was crying. Several someones. Rigor had dropped to his knees despite Naruto's repeated instructions not to do that. Okay. Everyone calm down." Naruto raised a pseudopod for attention. "I'm fine. I just needed a nap. Now somebody explain the wolves." Rigor stepped forward, still not getting up from his knees. "My lord, after your sacrifice, we knew we had to prove worthy of your faith. The direwolf pack returned 5 days into your slumber, seeking revenge for their fallen. We did not simply defeat them this time. We kicked their asses," Gobta interrupted cheerfully. "Like, completely destroyed them. Rigor challenged their alpha to single combat and won in like 30 seconds. It was awesome." "Gobta," Rigor said with strained patience. "What?" "It was." Naruto felt something warm in his chest. "So you beat them so bad they decided to join you instead?" "The direwolf pack operates on strength hierarchy," Rigord, the elder, now looking about 40 instead of 100, explained. "By defeating their alpha, Rigor became their new leader. The pack is now part of our village." "Ha!" Naruto looked at the massive wolf sitting beside Rigor. "Do they have names?" "We did not presume to name them, my lord. That honor is yours, right?" Because of course naming had become a religious act in their eyes. "All right, big guy." Naruto bounced toward the alpha wolf, who regarded him with intelligent eyes and only a hint of past hostility. "You're gonna be Tempest Wolf Ranga, because you're part of what we're building here, and what we're building is going to shake this forest like a storm." The wolf transformed in a flash of light, growing larger still, silver markings appearing across his midnight fur. When it faded, Ranga immediately dropped into a bow. "Master," he said, and his voice was deep and reverent. "I am honored to serve." "Not serve," Naruto corrected automatically. "Fight alongside. There's a difference." Ranga tilted his head. "I do not understand the distinction, but I will learn." "Master, we'll work on it." Naruto turned to address the crowd. "All right, everyone. I've been asleep for almost 3 weeks. Catch me up. What else has changed?" What followed was a detailed report that would have made any Konoha administrator proud. The village had expanded to accommodate the direwolf pack. Trade had been established with a nearby goblin tribe who'd heard about their transformation and wanted to join. A river had been diverted to create better irrigation. And perhaps most importantly, dwarves. Naruto interrupted. "There are dwarves in this world?" "In the armed nation of Dworgen to the north," Rigord confirmed. "We have heard rumors of travelers passing through the forest. Merchants, primarily. They might prove valuable trading partners if we can establish peaceful contact." Great Sage. Analysis on Dworgen. Dworgen is a major dwarven nation known for exceptional craftsmanship and metallurgy. Ruled by the dwarf king, Gazel Dwargo, known for both wisdom and martial prowess. The nation maintains neutrality with most powers and welcomes trade from all races, including monsters, provided they follow local laws. That was interesting. A nation that didn't discriminate against monsters. Naruto filed that away for future consideration. What else? Any threats I need to know about? The mood shifted. Rigor and Rigord exchanged glances. There have been troubling reports, Rigor said carefully. The orc tribes to the southwest have unified. A massive army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, marching through the forest. They consume everything in their path. Other monster communities have been destroyed, their populations either killed or absorbed into the horde. Naruto's metaphorical blood ran cold. Hundreds of thousands? Estimates suggest at least 200,000. Perhaps more. They are led by a single orc who has somehow evolved beyond his race's limitations. He calls himself the Orc Lord. Notice, Great Sage chimed in. Historical records indicate that an Orc Lord is a precursor to an orc disaster, a catastrophe-class threat capable of destroying nations. The unique skill, Starved, grants the ability to absorb the strength of anything consumed. If this Orc Lord continues unchecked, his power will grow exponentially. An army of that size, a leader who got stronger by eating, and they were headed in this direction. How long until they reach us? Unknown. The orc army moves erratically, prioritizing consumption over strategic advancement. But eventually, they will come this way. The Great Jura Forest is too rich in resources to ignore. Naruto looked at his people, his hobgoblins standing proud and strong, but still numbering barely 100. His direwolf pack, loyal and fierce, but just a few hundred more. Against 200,000 orcs and their monstrous leader. The smart move was to run, to evacuate the village and flee north toward Dworgen, where maybe they could find safety among the dwarves. But these goblins had lived their entire existence running, hiding, being prey. If they ran now, they'd always be running. Okay, Naruto said, and his voice carried a determination that made Ranga's ears perk up. Here's what we're gonna do. We're not running from this. We're gonna build something worth fighting for, and then we're gonna defend it. My lord, Rigord said hesitantly, the odds have been against me my whole life, haven't stopped me yet. Naruto began bouncing toward the village center, his mind already racing with plans. First things first, we need more people. Those other goblin tribes you mentioned, reach out to all of them. Any monster community threatened by the orcs gets an invitation to join us. Safety in numbers. And if they refuse, then they refuse. No forcing anyone. But make sure they know what's coming, and that they have a choice. He paused. Second, we need better equipment. Rigord, you said the dwarves trade with monsters. I want to establish contact. See what resources we need to bring them, what they might be willing to trade. We're going to need weapons, armor, maybe help with infrastructure. I will select our best scouts immediately. Third, Naruto looked toward the horizon, where smoke from the distant orc army's passage stained the sky. I need to get stronger. A lot stronger, a lot faster. Great Sage, what's the most efficient path to unlocking my sealed abilities? Combat experience accelerates soul adaptation significantly. Additionally, absorbing creatures with high magical density would provide immediate power increases. Combat experience. Magical density. The orc army, Naruto said slowly. They're destroying monster communities, which means there are probably refugees fleeing ahead of them. Monsters who've lost their homes, their families. Monsters who might be strong in their own right but can't face an army alone. You're thinking of rescuing them, Veldora said in his mind. Gathering the strong and the desperate alike under your banner. I'm thinking about finding people who need help and giving them a place to belong. Naruto's response was immediate and certain. If they happen to be strong enough to help us fight, that's a bonus. You are soft-hearted to the point of absurdity. And yet you're still hanging out inside me. So who's the real fool here? Veldora's laughter echoed through their shared soul space. Fair point, fair point. Naruto turned back to his people. Rigor, you're in charge while I'm gone. Keep building, keep training, and keep reaching out to other communities. I'm going to scout ahead of the orc army, see what's out there, and bring back anyone worth saving. My lord, you cannot go alone. Ranga comes with me. The rest of you are needed here. He bounced onto Ranga's back, settling into a comfortable position. Don't worry. I'm not planning on fighting the whole army by myself. Yet, this is just reconnaissance. Yet, he says, Gupta muttered. Did everyone hear that? He said, yet. Gupta, that's our lord you're questioning. I'm not questioning. I'm just pointing out that he definitely plans to do something insane eventually. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. You're not wrong, Gupta. Keep that critical thinking sharp. It's a good quality in a scout. He looked out at the village one last time. His village, his people, the beginning of something he hadn't known he needed until he found it. These monsters had accepted him without hesitation, had placed their lives in his hands, had looked at a literal slime and seen a leader. He wouldn't let them down. All right, Ranga, let's ride. The great wolf leaped forward, carrying his strange master into the forest's depths, toward danger and opportunity, and the countless lost souls waiting to be found. Behind them, smoke still stained the horizon. But now it wasn't just a warning. It was a challenge. They found the first refugees 3 days into their journey. Ogres, or what was left of them. The survivors huddled in a rocky outcropping, maybe 36 individuals who'd clearly been running for days. Their red skin was pale with exhaustion, their proud warrior builds bent with grief. Several were wounded, crude bandages barely holding them together. And they were surrounded. Orcs, a forward scouting party, maybe 200 strong, had cornered the ogres against a cliff face. The pig-faced monsters laughed and jeered, in no hurry to finish the slaughter. They were enjoying the fear. Naruto had never moved so fast in his life. Ranga, get the wounded out, he commanded, already launching himself from the wolf's back. I'll handle the orcs. Master, there are 200. I can count. Naruto hit the ground rolling and immediately began expanding, his body growing to absorb the kinetic energy. Great Sage, analysis on orcs. Orc, D-rank monster. Physical strength and durability above average, intelligence below average. Weak to fire. Current group contains no significant threats. D-rank. Back in Konoha terms, that was somewhere between a bandit and a low-level chunin. Not individually threatening, but in numbers. Numbers didn't matter if they couldn't hit him. Naruto exploded into motion, and the battlefield became chaos. He wasn't strong enough to kill orcs in single strikes. Not yet, but gluttony didn't require a killing blow. He simply had to make contact and will it to activate. Orcs vanished into his mass one after another, their screams cutting short as they were absorbed. The problem was, there were a lot of them, and even confused orcs eventually started fighting back. A club caught him mid-bounce, sending him splattering against a tree. Pain, actual pain, something he hadn't felt much in this body, lanced through him. Damage received. Regenerating. Warning. Continuing at this pace will exhaust your magicule reserves before all enemies are eliminated. Then I'll just have to be more efficient. Naruto shot back internally. He reformed, but instead of continuing his direct assault, he paused. Think, what would Shikamaru do? The orcs were disorganized, yes, but they were starting to form up. Their leader, a larger orc with a crude iron sword, was bellowing orders. If Naruto kept picking off individuals, he'd eventually be overwhelmed by coordinated attacks. But if he took out the leader, Ranga, draw their attention. The great wolf howled in acknowledgement, darting through the orc ranks and snapping at anyone who turned to face him. He was fast enough that the orcs couldn't land solid hits, but his presence was impossible to ignore. Naruto used the distraction. He compressed himself down to his smallest size and bounced between orc legs, under their guard, completely unnoticed in the chaos. When he reached the leader, he struck. Gluttony activated at maximum power. The orc lord, no, just a captain, but close enough, had time for one surprise squeal before he vanished entirely. Notice. Significant abilities acquired. Orc commander skill obtained. Commanding presence skill obtained. Analysis of absorbed memories complete. This unit was separated from main army to pursue escaped ogres. Reinforcements will not arrive for at least 6 hours. The remaining orcs stared at the spot where their leader had stood. Then they looked at Naruto, still small, still just a slime, but now radiating the dead captain's authority through commanding presence. Half of them ran immediately. The other half tried to swarm him, which went about as well as expected. Without coordination, they were just targets. Naruto absorbed another 30 before the rest broke and fled. He let them go. They'd spread fear, and fear was a weapon too. Ranga. Status on the ogres? The wounded are stabilized, master. The others are watching you with a mixture of terror and disbelief. Yeah, that tracked. Naruto approached the ogre survivors slowly, making himself as non-threatening as a slime who'd just eaten 50 orcs could look. The ogres drew back, weapons raised despite their exhaustion. Easy, he said. I'm not here to hurt you. I saw you were in trouble and decided to help. A slime. One of the ogres, young, male, with a bearing that suggested leadership despite his wounds, stepped forward. His purple hair was matted with blood, and one eye was swollen shut, but his remaining eye burned with fierce intensity. A slime just destroyed an orc platoon, and it speaks. I get that a lot. Naruto kept his voice light. Look, I know this is weird. I'm kind of weird, but I meant what I said. I'm here to help. There's a village half a week's travel from here. Good walls, good people, room for refugees. If you come with me, you'll have food, shelter, and protection. Protection from what? A female ogre pushed forward. Pink hair, elegant even covered in dirt and blood, eyes sharp with suspicion. The orc army numbers in the hundreds of thousands. They destroyed our village in a single night. Killed our chief, our elders, everyone who couldn't run. Her voice cracked. What protection could a monster village offer against that? More than you have now. Naruto met her gaze steadily. I'm not saying I can beat the orc army tomorrow. I'm not that strong yet, but I'm getting stronger every day, and I'm building something that can stand against them. You can be part of that, or you can keep running until there's nowhere left to run. Your choice. The ogres exchanged glances. The purple-haired male, clearly their current leader, studied Naruto with an intensity that bordered on physical weight. You said yet, he observed. You plan to fight them eventually. I plan to stop them. Whether that's fighting, diplomacy, or something else entirely depends on what I learn. But yeah, that army isn't going to keep eating its way across this forest while I do nothing. Why? The female ogre's voice was raw. Why would a slime care what happens to ogres? To anyone. Naruto thought about Konoha, about Iruka, the first person to see him as more than the fox he contained. About Jiraiya, who believed in him when no one else did. About Sasuke, his rival and brother and best friend, who'd pushed him to be better every single day. Because I've been the one running before, he said finally. I've been the one everyone gave up on, the one nobody thought was worth saving. Someone helped me anyway, changed my whole life. He paused. I want to be that person for someone else. As many someone else's as I can. Silence stretched. Then the purple-haired ogre did something Naruto didn't expect. He laughed. You're insane, the ogre said, but there was no hostility in it. Completely, utterly insane. A slime with delusions of heroism. Probably, Naruto agreed. My sister, the ogre continued, gesturing to the pink-haired female, asked a good question. She deserves a good answer. So tell me this, slime. What is your name? Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. The ogre tested the word, then nodded slowly. I am Rimuru, eldest son of the ogre clan's former chief. These are the survivors of our village. We have lost everything. Our home, our family, our future. He straightened, ignoring the pain it clearly caused him. If you truly mean to fight against the ones who took everything from us, then we will follow you. Not because you're strong, though you clearly are, but because you looked at us. Monsters, refugees, the broken remnants of a destroyed people, and saw something worth saving. His sister stepped forward. I am Shuna. I served as our village's spiritual leader and advisor. I will not pledge blind loyalty, but I will give you the chance to earn my trust. One by one, the other ogres introduced themselves. Cheyenne, the village's greatest warrior, who'd lost her arm protecting the retreat and was clearly running on pure fury. Sui, the scout, whose cold eyes suggested he trusted no one but had nowhere else to go. Hakuru, the elderly sword master who'd trained generations of ogre warriors. Kurobe, the blacksmith who'd forged their clan's greatest weapons, most of which now lay scattered in their ruined home. 6 survivors. Just 6 from a village that had numbered in the thousands. But 6 powerful warriors who'd just agreed to follow him. Great sage, Naruto thought. If I name them now, estimated recovery time. 1 week, given current magicule reserves. However, naming would result in significant evolution for all subjects. Ogres possess high magical potential. Their evolved forms would be substantial combat assets. 1 week unconscious, in the middle of potentially hostile territory, with an orc army somewhere behind them. Naruto looked at Rimuru, at the desperate hope the ogre was trying to hide behind his stoic expression. Looked at Shuna, who'd clearly been crying even as she maintained her composure. Looked at the others, broken and grieving but still standing. They'd lost everything. Their home, their family, their identities as part of a greater whole. He could give them something back. A new beginning. A new strength. There's something I should tell you, Naruto said. In this world, names have power. When I name someone, it creates a bond between us and grants them, well, basically an upgrade. Evolution. More power, more potential, more everything. Shuna's eyes widened. You speak of the naming? The ancient right of powerful monsters to elevate their servants. Something like that, yeah. Except I don't want servants. I want allies. I want to share my strength with you, not hold it over you. He paused. It'll knock me out for about a week afterward, so I'm gonna need you to protect me while I'm recovering. Think you can handle that? Rimuru stared at him. You would make yourself vulnerable to us? Trusting us to guard you when we could just as easily slay you and take whatever power you carry. Would you? No. We owe you our lives. Then yeah, I trust you. Naruto bounced forward. Now hold still. This might feel a little weird. He started with Rimuru, choosing the name carefully based on everything Great Sage had analyzed about naming conventions in this world. When the light faded, Rimuru stood transformed. Taller, stronger. His features sharpened to an almost aristocratic elegance. His single horn now a pair of proud protrusions. Kijin Great Sage supplied. The evolved form of an ogre, among the most powerful humanoid monsters in existence. Shuna's transformation was equally dramatic. She gained an ethereal beauty and a tangible aura of spiritual power. Cheyenne regenerated her arm and grew even more imposing. Her muscular frame now corded with strength that could likely match Tsunade's legendary power. Sui became a shadow-given form, his new stealth abilities making him nearly invisible even standing in plain sight. Hakuru looked younger somehow, despite remaining elderly in appearance. It was his movements that had changed, carrying the promise of lethal precision that made Naruto's ninja senses scream warnings. Kurobe's hands now glowed with forge fire, ready to craft weapons worthy of their new power. 6 Kijin. 6 impossibly powerful warriors, all bonded to him, all staring at their transformed bodies with something approaching religious awe. Okay. Naruto managed, his consciousness already fragmenting. Okay, that was a lot. Ranga, keep watch. Rimuru, you're in charge of the group. Get everyone to the village. Just follow my scent trail back. Tell Rigard that. He was unconscious before he finished the sentence. Naruto woke to the smell of cooking meat and the sound of Veldora complaining about missing the action. Cannot believe you passed out again. Do you have any idea how boring it is in here when you're unconscious? I've been reduced to organizing my memories by color. By color, Naruto. Sorry, Naruto groaned internally. Kind of can't help the whole naming drains all my energy thing. Then stop naming everyone you meet. Exercise some restraint. That's really not my style. He pulled himself together and immediately noticed he wasn't in the forest anymore. The ceiling above him was wooden, well-constructed, part of what looked like an actual building. Through a nearby window he could see, "Is that a town? Lord Naruto." Shuna's voice came from nearby, and he turned to find her sitting beside him, elegant in new robes that suited her transformed appearance. "You're awake. I must inform the others immediately." "Wait, Shuna, how long was I out? Where are we?" "9 days, my lord. And this is your village, though town may be more accurate now. So much has changed while you slumbered." She smiled, and it transformed her worried expression into something genuinely radiant. "Perhaps it would be better if you saw for yourself." Naruto followed her outside and stopped dead. The village had exploded. Where before there'd been maybe 30 buildings, now there were hundreds. Streets had been laid in an organized grid pattern. Monsters of various races walked openly, trading, talking, living. He spotted goblin riders on direwolves patrolling the perimeter, ogres, no Kijin now, training in a massive courtyard, lizard men carrying construction materials, and was that a group of dwarves? "The dwarves arrived 5 days ago," Shuna explained, seeing his confusion. "Apparently word of your village reached Dworgen. A delegation came to investigate, and when they saw what we were building, they asked to stay. They've been invaluable. Their construction expertise has accelerated our development tremendously." "And the lizard men?" "Refugees. Their swamp was on the orc army's path. We took in nearly 300 of them." Shuna's expression darkened briefly. "The orcs are closer now, perhaps 2 weeks away at their current pace. Rimuru has been coordinating defense preparations. But they're still overwhelming numbers." Yes, Naruto absorbed this. A town that had grown beyond recognition. Dozens of new species calling this place home. The orc army bearing down on them. And everyone looking to him for leadership. In his old life, he'd trained for years to become Hokage. He'd studied under the best, fought in wars, learned politics through painful experience. Even then, he'd barely felt ready. Now, he was a slime who'd been in this world for maybe 2 months. Great Sage, Threat Analysis. The Orc Disaster's army currently numbers approximately 180,000 active combatants. However, their advance has slowed due to supply line issues. Ironically, their policy of consuming everything has left insufficient resources for their rear elements. Additionally, the forest's monster populations have been organizing resistance through the Dryad Network. Dryad Network? The Dryads serve as the Great Jura Forest's custodians. They have been watching your settlement with great interest. One has requested an audience. As if on cue, Shuna touched his shoulder? The top part of him, anyway. "My lord, there's someone waiting to see you. A forest spirit of some kind. She appeared the day after you fell unconscious and has been waiting patiently ever since." "Then let's not keep her waiting any longer." The Dryad stood in a clearing just outside the town's new walls. She was beautiful in an inhuman way. Green-skinned, vaguely feminine, her body seeming to flow into the plants around her. Her eyes were ancient and knowing. "Naruto Uzumaki," she said, and her voice carried the rustle of leaves. "I am Trainee, servant of the Great Forest. I have watched your rise with great interest." "Watched me, huh?" Naruto bounced closer, unbothered by her imposing presence. Should I be flattered or concerned? Perhaps both. A smile flickered across her alien features. The forest has not seen such change in centuries. A slime who names monsters, who builds communities, who prepares to stand against a catastrophe-class threat. You are unexpected. I get that a lot. I suspect you do. Trainee moved closer, her form gliding without visible locomotion. "I have come to offer a proposition. The Dryads cannot directly intervene in the orc crisis. Our mandate forbids us from taking sides in mortal conflicts. However, we can provide information. Intelligence about the orc army's movements, weaknesses, the being who truly controls them." "Truly controls them? You mean the Orc Lord isn't running the show?" "The Orc Lord is a puppet. A powerful one, driven mad by his unique skill, but a puppet nonetheless. Trainee's expression grew grim. There is a demon lord behind this invasion, Clayman of the Marionette. He seeks to use the orc's destruction to harvest souls and magnify his power. Naruto filed that name away. Demon Lord. Manipulating events from the shadows. Sacrificing hundreds of thousands of lives, orc and otherwise, for personal gain. It reminded him too much of certain people from his old life. Orochimaru. Madara. The cycle of hatred that had nearly destroyed his world. Will you tell me more about this Clayman? In time. First, you must survive the coming battle. Trainee's ancient eyes studied him with unsettling intensity. The forest has chosen you, Naruto Uzumaki. You carry something within you that does not belong to this world. A power that resonates with the spirits of the land. I do not fully understand it, but I sense its potential. Kurama's residual chakra. The Sage of Six Paths blessing. Even sealed and suppressed, traces of his old power still lingered. Great Sage. Status on unsealing. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 60% unsealed. Rasengan. 45% unsealed. Sage Mode. 15% unsealed. Estimate. Full access to Shadow Clone Jutsu achievable within 72 hours. 72 hours. The orc army would be here in 2 weeks. If he could access Shadow Clones before then. Trainee. I accept your offer. Information for... What? What do you want in return? Stop the orc disaster. Save the forest from destruction. Her smile turned enigmatic. And perhaps, in time, answer some questions about what you truly are. The curiosity will torment me otherwise. Deal. Naruto extended a pseudopod. Trainee touched it with fingers that felt like bark and flower petals simultaneously. Then we have an accord. She began to fade into the surrounding greenery. I will be in touch, Naruto Uzumaki. Do try not to die before the interesting parts. She vanished, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts and the distant sounds of his growing town. 2 weeks. Hundreds of thousands of enemies. A demon lord pulling strings behind the scenes. His own powers still locked away. This is going to be close, he admitted to Veldora. Close is just another word for exciting, the dragon replied cheerfully. And you, my friend, are many things, but boring is not one of them. Naruto looked back at the town he'd accidentally built. At the monsters who'd pledged their loyalty to him. At the walls rising against the horizon, filled with people who believed he could save them. He thought about Konoha, about the village that had hated him, then feared him, then finally seen him as a hero. It had taken 16 years to earn that acknowledgement. These monsters had given him their trust in weeks, just because he'd treated them like people. All right, he said, bouncing back toward the town with renewed determination. Let's show this orc army what happens when they mess with the wrong forest. Behind him, smoke still stained the southern sky, but for the first time since he'd arrived in this world, Naruto didn't see it as just a threat. He saw it as an opportunity. The orcs were coming. They expected easy prey. They had no idea what was waiting for them. Chapter 2. The weight of names. Benimaru's sword stopped 3 inches from Naruto's body. Too slow, Naruto said, already bouncing backward. You're telegraphing with your shoulders. I can see the strike coming before you even start moving. With respect, my lord, you're a slime. Benimaru lowered his blade, sweat dripping down his face despite the cool morning air. You shouldn't be able to read body language at all. And yet, Naruto compressed himself, then launched forward in a rapid zigzag pattern. Benimaru tracked him, barely, his evolved Kijin reflexes the only thing keeping up. Combat isn't just about strength or speed. It's about reading your opponent, predicting what they'll do before they do it. They'd been at this for 3 hours. Ever since Naruto woke up 2 days ago, he'd thrown himself into training, both his own skills and his people's. The orc army wasn't going to wait for them to be ready, so ready they'd have to become. Fast. Again, Benimaru said, settling into his stance. Actually, hold that thought. Naruto felt a familiar tingle at the edge of his senses. Great Sage, confirmed. Shadow Clone Jutsu unsealing complete. Technique now fully accessible. Finally. Hey Rimuru, watch this. Naruto concentrated, pulling on the chakra that had been locked away inside him. It felt different here, filtered through his slime body, mixed with the magicules that powered this world's magic system. But the fundamental principle remained the same. Divide your energy, create independent copies. 20 pops of displaced air later, 20 Narutos bounced in a circle around a very confused Rimuru. What? The Kijin said flatly. Shadow clones. Well, slime clones now, I guess. All 20 Narutos spoke in unison, which was admittedly a bit creepy. They're independent copies of me. Same skills, same knowledge, same dashing personality. When they dispel, I get their memories. You can multiply yourself. Up to about 1,000 if I really push it. Though that might cause problems with my magicule reserves here. Naruto dismissed 19 clones, keeping one active as a test. Point is, I can now train 20 times faster than before, or scout 20 locations at once, or fight 20 times as many enemies. Now you're getting it. Benimaru's expression shifted from confusion to something approaching hope. My lord, if you can create even 100 copies during the battle against the orcs, that's the plan. Naruto dispelled the last clone, feeling its brief existence merge back into his consciousness. But I need to test the limits first. Figure out how many I can sustain, how long they last, how they interact with this world's magic system. That's gonna take the next few days at least. Then I won't keep you. Benimaru sheathed his sword and bowed. Thank you for the training session. Even in defeat, I learned much. That's the spirit. And Benimaru? Naruto waited until the Kijin met his eyes. You're getting faster. Another week and you might actually tag me. A rare smile crossed Benimaru's face. I'll hold you to that, my lord. He walked away toward the training grounds where Cheyenne was putting a group of hobgoblins through combat drills. Naruto watched him go, then turned his attention to the town spreading out before him. 2 days since he'd woken up, and the place had somehow grown even more. The dwarf delegation, led by a gruff but skilled craftsman named Kaijin, had established a proper smithy that was already producing weapons and armor at an impressive rate. The lizard men had integrated smoothly, their natural affinity for water magic proving invaluable for irrigation and infrastructure. Gobta had somehow become the leader of an elite scout unit, which still baffled Naruto given the kid's apparent lack of any survival instinct whatsoever. And then there were the new arrivals. Great Sage population count. Current population of Tempest. Naruto had named the town during a meeting yesterday, and somehow it had stuck. Stands at 847. Species breakdown, 312 hobgoblins, 289 lizardmen, 156 direwolves, 47 goblins, unnamed, pending integration, 31 dwarves, 6 Kijin, 4 dryad observers, 2 Oni. Wait, Oni? When did we get Oni? Arrived this morning while you were training. Refugees from a mountain settlement destroyed by orc advance forces. Currently in the intake area awaiting processing. Naruto bounced toward the eastern gate, where the town's makeshift refugee center had been set up. It was basically a large tent with some chairs and a table where Rigurd, who had apparently appointed himself head of civilian administration, processed new arrivals. The Oni were hard to miss. They stood nearly 8 feet tall, their blue-gray skin marked with traditional patterns, for arms each folded across massive chests. One was male, one female, and both looked like they could punch through a castle wall without breaking a sweat. They also looked terrified. Lord Naruto. Rigurd hurried over, his clipboard clutched tight. These are the Oni I mentioned. They seek sanctuary, but they're hesitant. Hesitant. They believe you'll enslave them. Rigurd's voice dropped. Apparently, that's standard practice for powerful monsters who accept refugees. They've seen it happen before. Naruto felt his metaphorical jaw tighten. Right? Let me handle this. He approached the Oni slowly, making sure they could track his movements. Up close, he could see the exhaustion in their eyes, the barely healed wounds on their arms, the way they held themselves like they expected an attack at any moment. Hey! he said. I'm Naruto. Welcome to Tempest. The male Oni's eyes narrowed. You're the one they call Lord. The slime who builds armies. I don't build armies. I build communities. There's a difference. Naruto kept his voice casual, non-threatening. Look, I know what you're expecting. You're waiting for me to demand loyalty oaths, or offer you protection in exchange for service, or whatever other exploitative garbage has been done to you before. That's not how things work here. Then how do they work? The female Oni spoke for the first time, her voice rough with suspicion. Nothing is free. Everything has a price. You're right. Here's my price. Naruto bounced a little closer. You live here, you contribute to the community however you can. Maybe that's fighting, maybe that's building, maybe that's just not being a jerk to your neighbors. In exchange, you get safety, food, shelter, and people who'll have your back when things get rough. The Oni exchanged glances. That's it? The male asked. That's it. No binding contracts? No magical compulsions? No threats against our families? No. And what families would I even threaten? You came alone. Naruto paused. Right? Pain flickered across both their faces. Our clan was destroyed, the female said quietly. We are all that remains. We came here because the alternative was dying alone in the wilderness. Something in Naruto's chest twisted. Yeah, I've heard that story a lot lately. He thought about the ogres, Kijin now, who'd lost everything. The lizard men driven from their swamp. The goblins who'd lived in constant fear before he arrived. Seems like the orc army leaves a lot of broken families in its wake. The orcs are animals, the male Oni growled. Mindless beasts driven by an endless hunger. They don't conquer, they consume. There's no negotiating with them, no appeasing them. You either fight or you die. Then we fight. Naruto's voice hardened. That army's gonna reach Tempest in about 12 days. When they get here, they're gonna find a town full of people who've lost everything, who have nowhere left to run, and who are absolutely done being victims. He looked up at the towering Oni. You want revenge for your clan? Stick around. You'll get your chance. The Oni stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, they both knelt. We are Goro and Saya, the male said. And we pledge ourselves to your cause, Lord Naruto. Not as slaves, as warriors. Good enough for me. Naruto turned to Rigord. Get them settled. Food, housing, whatever they need. And see if they've got any skills beyond smashing things, though honestly, smashing things is pretty valuable right now. At once, my lord. Naruto bounced away, his mind already racing ahead to the next problem. The Oni were strong, he could sense it, but 2 more fighters wouldn't change the fundamental math of the coming battle. He needed something bigger. Great Sage, current analysis of orc army composition. Based on intelligence gathered from trainee and absorbed orc memories, the army consists of approximately 160,000 standard orcs, 15,000 high orcs, evolved variants with superior combat abilities, 3,000 orc generals, commander-class units, and 1 orc disaster, the evolved form of the orc lord, possessing the unique skill starved. And our forces? Current combat-capable population, approximately 400, including direwolves. Quality advantage significant. Numerical disadvantage overwhelming. 400 against nearly 200,000. Even with the quality difference, even with his shadow clones, even with every advantage they could muster, those numbers were suicide. Unless they found a way to change the game entirely. Veldora, Naruto thought. You've been alive for thousands of years. Ever seen an army that big get beaten by a force this small? The dragon considered. Direct military engagement, no. However, there are other approaches. Assassination of leadership is the most common. Remove the head and the body becomes directionless. The orc disaster is the army's driving force. Without him, the orcs would likely scatter. So we kill one guy and the whole army falls apart? In theory. In practice, reaching the orc disaster would be nearly impossible. He stays surrounded by his strongest forces at all times, and his starved skill means he's been growing stronger with every battle. By now, he might be the most powerful individual in the forest. Present company accepted, of course. Present company is sealed inside a slime and therefore not counted, yes. Naruto considered. Assassination was an option, but a risky one. If it failed, they'd lose whoever made the attempt and probably tip off the enemy about their capabilities. Better to have a backup plan. What about defense? If we can't beat them in the field, can we outlast them? Possible, but unlikely. The orc army's primary vulnerability is supply. They've stripped the land bare behind them and require constant consumption to maintain their forces. However, a siege would simply mean they consume your town instead. The walls you're building are impressive for a monster settlement, but they won't hold against that many enemies for long. So we need to be mobile enough to avoid being pinned down, but strong enough to actually hurt them when we engage. Naruto's thoughts raced. Hit and run tactics. Guerrilla warfare. Make them bleed without committing to a full battle. That would buy time, but time for what? For the rest of the forest to get involved. Naruto remembered what Trainee had said about organized resistance. The Dryads have been coordinating other monster communities. If we can show that the orc army isn't invincible, that they can be hurt, that fighting back is possible, we might spark a wider coalition. Ambitious. Veldora sounded impressed despite himself. You're talking about unifying the great Jura Forest's monster population against a common threat. That hasn't happened in recorded history. First time for everything. Naruto bounced faster, heading toward the command center they'd established in the town's largest building. Great Sage, I need a complete strategic analysis. Our forces, their forces, terrain advantages, everything. I want options. Acknowledged. Analysis will be comprehensive. Estimated completion. 4 hours. 4 hours. He could work with that. The strategy meeting convened at sunset. Naruto had gathered his core leadership around the planning table, a massive wooden construct that Kurobe had built specifically for this purpose. Rimuru stood at his right hand, representing military forces. Shuna sat opposite, her keen mind already analyzing the maps spread across the surface. Rigurd represented the civilian administration. Sui lurked in the shadows by the door, because apparently the guy was physically incapable of standing in well-lit areas. Hakuru stood apart, watching with ancient eyes that had seen more battles than anyone else present combined. Cheyenne was outside, preferring action to planning, but Gobta had somehow wrangled an invitation and was vibrating with barely contained excitement. All right, Naruto began. Here's what we know. The orc army is about 12 days out, moving at their current pace. They've got roughly 180,000 combatants, though that number's been dropping as they fight through forest resistance. We've got maybe 400 if we count the direwolves. Numerical odds of approximately 450 to 1, Shuna supplied quietly. Even accounting for our evolved status, those numbers are impossible to beat in a straight fight. I know. Naruto bounced onto the table, physically placing himself at the center of the discussion. That's why we're not having a straight fight. He had Great Sage project an illusion of the surrounding territory, a technique they'd figured out yesterday by combining shadow magic, absorbed from a forest predator with Great Sage's analytical capabilities. The holographic map showed the forest, the orc army's projected route, and Tempest's location. The orcs have 3 major weaknesses. First, supply. They've eaten everything between here and their starting point, which means they need to keep moving forward to survive. If we can slow their advance without giving them anything to consume, they'll start to starve. Burned earth tactics, Rimuru nodded. Destroy resources ahead of their path. Second weakness, communication. There are almost 200,000 orcs, spread across miles of forest. They coordinate through their commanders, but that creates a chain of command that can be disrupted. Naruto highlighted several points on the map. If we take out their generals in targeted strikes, individual orc units become isolated, confused, vulnerable. Sui's specialty, Hakuru observed. Assassination and sabotage. Exactly. Sui, I want you to put together a team of our best infiltrators. Your job isn't to kill rank-and-file orcs, it's to create chaos. Hit supply caches, eliminate officers, spread misinformation, make them paranoid. It will be done, my lord. Sui's voice came from the shadows. Third weakness, and the most important, leadership. Naruto zoomed in on the army's center, where intelligence suggested the orc disaster traveled. The whole army runs on one guy's power. Kill him and the orcs lose their unifying force. But he's also the strongest thing they've got, and he's surrounded by their elite forces at all times. So direct assassination is out, Rimuru said. Direct assassination is the goal. The question is how to get to him. Naruto's slime body shifted, conveying thought. I've got an idea about that, but it's risky. First, I want to hear other options. Shuna leaned forward. What if we don't kill him directly? The orc disaster's power comes from his unique skill, starved, which lets him absorb strength from what he consumes. What if we poisoned his food source? Great sage. Analysis. Starved processes consumed material at the magical level. Standard poisons would likely be filtered out. However, magical contamination might prove effective, though the logistics of poisoning an army-sized food source present significant challenges. Tabled for now, but good thinking. Naruto turned to Hikuru. You've been quiet. What do you see? The ancient swordsman stroked his beard. The orc disaster is a single entity. Powerful, yes, but still bound by the limitations of being in one place at one time. The army cannot move faster than he does, cannot spread further than his influence reaches. If you pressure multiple points simultaneously, he must choose what to defend. Divide and conquer? More like divide and distract. Force him to react to you instead of the other way around. An army on the defensive is an army not advancing. Hakuru's eyes gleamed. You have the shadow clone technique now, yes? Multiple simultaneous threats. Multiple simultaneous commanders. He won't know which is real. Naruto felt a grin spreading across his face. Metaphorically, anyway. I like it. Great sage. Update the strategy parameters to include multi-front engagement possibilities. Acknowledged. There's one more thing we need to consider. This came from Rigard, who'd been taking notes throughout the discussion. Even if we slow the army, even if we kill their leader, we'll suffer casualties. Many of our people are not warriors. The civilians, the children, the elderly. If the battle turns against us, they need somewhere to run. Evacuation routes, Naruto agreed. Shuna, can you work with Trainee to identify safe passages through the forest? Somewhere the orcs can't easily follow. I'll begin immediately after this meeting. Good. Naruto looked around the table, meeting each person's eyes in turn. I'm not going to lie to you. The odds are bad. Really bad. Some of us might not survive what's coming. But I've faced bad odds before, and I've learned something important. Odds don't mean anything if you've got the will to keep fighting. He bounced off the table, landing in the center of the room. 12 days. That's what we've got to prepare. I want everyone training, everyone drilling, everyone ready for the worst while hoping for the best. Questions? Just one, my lord. Benimaru's voice was steady. You mentioned having an idea about reaching the orc disaster. What is it? Naruto had been hoping they wouldn't ask, because his plan was insane even by his standards. The orc disaster's unique skill absorbs whatever he consumes. It makes him stronger, but it also means he has to be selective about what he eats. Anything too powerful could overwhelm his ability to process it. Naruto paused. What if we gave him something he couldn't digest? I don't follow. The army's going to reach us eventually. Whether we slow them or not, they'll get here. And when they do, they're going to try to consume everything, including me. Naruto's voice carried absolute certainty. So I let them. I let the orc disaster eat me. Dead silence. My lord, Shuna said carefully. With respect, that sounds like suicide. It would be, if I didn't have gluttony. Naruto projected another illusion, this one showing the interior of a body from a biological textbook he'd absorbed. The orc disaster consumes. But so do I. What happens when an unstoppable eating force meets an immovable eating force? Benimaru's eyes widened. A battle inside his own body. For control of his unique skill. for control of everything he's absorbed. Every orc he's eaten, every power he's stolen. It would all be up for grabs. Naruto felt Veldora's growing excitement in the back of his mind. The dragon loved creative destruction. High risk, high reward. If I win, the war ends in a single stroke. If I lose, you die, and we lose our leader in the worst possible moment. Hakuru's voice was flat. It is an unacceptable risk. It's a backup plan. Last resort only. Naruto bounced toward the door. But I want you all to understand. I'm not asking any of you to take risks I won't take myself. Whatever happens in this battle, I'll be right there with you. That's a promise. He left before anyone could argue further. Some things didn't need debate. They needed action. The next 3 days blurred together in a frenzy of preparation. Naruto spent every spare moment training his shadow clone technique, pushing the limits of how many he could maintain without exhausting himself. The answer turned out to be approximately 50 sustained clones, far fewer than in his old life, but still a massive force multiplier. Each clone trained alongside the soldiers, sparred with the Kijin, or scouted the surrounding territory. Meanwhile, Sui's infiltration team departed on the second day. 6 of the stealthiest individuals in Tempest, tasked with wreaking as much havoc as possible behind enemy lines. They wouldn't be enough to stop the army, but every orc general they killed, every supply cache they destroyed, was one less problem for the main force to face. The walls continued to rise. Kurobe worked around the clock, his forge-fire hands shaping weapons that put dwarf-made steel to shame. The lizard men contributed their water magic, creating moats and channeled traps that would slow advancing forces. Even the civilian population pitched in, constructing barricades and preparing medical supplies. On the 4th day, more refugees arrived. 37 ogres, Rigard reported, looking exhausted. Survivors from a village near the army's path. They fought back and got slaughtered for it. These are the ones who escaped. Naruto looked at the huddled mass of broken individuals and felt something cold settle in his chest. Get them settled. Food, medical attention, the works. He paused. And Rigard? I'm naming them. All of them. My lord, the strain. I'll survive. They need strength more than I need consciousness right now. He named them that evening, 37 new Kijin joining his growing army. The process knocked him out for only 18 hours this time. His capacity was growing with practice, but when he woke, he felt the difference immediately. 43 Kijin, nearly 500 hobgoblins, over 300 lizard men, 2 Oni, a pack of dire wolves that now numbered over 200. 31 dwarves working their forges without rest. It still wasn't enough, but it was something. Great Sage, any news from Sui's team? Last communication received 6 hours ago. Team has successfully eliminated 4 orc generals and destroyed approximately 15,000 units worth of supplies. Current location: 16 miles southeast of Tempest, shadowing the army's eastern flank. Casualties: 1 team member lost during supply raid. 5 remaining operatives continue mission. Naruto absorbed that. The first death under his command. There would be more. And the army itself? Progress has slowed approximately 20% due to supply disruption and leadership chaos. Current estimated arrival: 10 days. They'd bought themselves 2 extra days. Worth the cost? He wasn't sure. He'd have to ask that question a lot before this was over. Day 7 brought unexpected visitors. Naruto was reviewing patrol reports when he felt them coming. 3 incredibly powerful presences approaching from the east at high speed. His clone network scattered, several getting glimpses of the new arrivals before being destroyed by the sheer pressure of their auras. Great Sage, identification. Unable to identify. Power levels exceed standard monster classifications. Recommend extreme caution. Naruto bounced toward the eastern gate at maximum speed, Rimuru and Cheyenne falling in beside him. Whatever was coming, they'd face it together. The visitors arrived in a burst of displaced air that knocked several hobgoblin guards off their feet. 3 figures materialized in front of the gate, each radiating enough magical power to make Naruto's slime body ripple with instinctive fear. The first was a woman. No, a girl, though her eyes carried an ancient weight that belied her apparent age. Pink hair tied in twin tails, a delicate build that somehow radiated casual menace. She wore an elaborate dress that probably cost more than Tempest's entire treasury. The second was a man with silver hair and a cold smile, dressed in formal attire that screamed politician, even across worlds. He stood slightly behind the girl, attentive but not servile. The third was, "Is that a dragon?" Cheyenne whispered. It was a dragon. A small one, relatively speaking, maybe the size of a large horse but unmistakably draconic. Blue scales, intelligent eyes, and an aura that felt weirdly familiar. Veldora, Naruto thought. Any idea who these people are? The girl is Malim Nava. Veldora's voice was unusually tense. Demon Lord, one of the oldest and most powerful beings in this world. The dragon is her pet, Gaia, and she just walked into your town uninvited. Demon Lord. There are approximately 12 beings in this world who hold that title. Malim is special among them. She's the strongest, the most unpredictable. And apparently, she's interested in you. Fantastic. Hey! The pink-haired girl Malim bounced forward with zero regard for the defensive positions Rimuru and Cheyenne had assumed. You're the slime everyone's talking about, right? The one who named a bunch of monsters and is picking a fight with the orc army. That's me, Naruto said carefully. I'm Naruto. Welcome to Tempest. Tempest? What a cool name. Malim grinned, and somehow it made her look both adorable and terrifying simultaneously. I heard there was going to be a big battle and I wanted to watch, but then I got here and everything's so organized. You've got walls and soldiers and everything. We're preparing to defend ourselves. Is that unusual? For monsters? Super unusual. Malim circled him, examining his slime body from every angle. Usually when an army that big shows up, everyone just runs. Or dies. Or both. But you're actually gonna fight? That's so cool. Malim-sama, the silver-haired man interjected. Perhaps we should discuss this more formally. The locals seem tense. That was an understatement. Every soldier in sight had their weapons drawn. Benimaru's hands were wreathed in fire. Cheyenne looked seconds away from attacking regardless of the consequences. Nah, it's fine. Malim waved dismissively. They can't hurt me anyway. Right? Slime. My name is Naruto, he repeated. And you're right, we probably can't hurt you. But attacking a demon lord uninvited seems like a bad move regardless. So maybe we can all just calm down and talk like civilized people? Something flickered in Malim's eyes. Interest? Amusement? You're not scared of me. I've met scary things before. You're definitely powerful, but you haven't actually threatened anyone yet. So I'm cautiously optimistic that this is a friendly visit. Ooh, I like you. Malim clapped her hands together. Most people grovel or run away or try to fight, but you're just talking to me like I'm a normal person. Aren't you? The question seemed to catch her off guard. For just a moment, something vulnerable crossed her face before the cheerful mask snapped back into place. Of course I am. I'm Malim Nava, destroyer of kingdoms, oldest of the demon lords, super important and definitely normal. Cool. Want some food? Another pause. Food. Yeah, we've got a pretty decent kitchen set up. Not much variety yet, but the cooks are getting better. Naruto bounced toward the town center. Come on. You can tell me what brings a demon lord to our humble little settlement while we eat. He didn't wait for a response, just started moving. After a moment, he heard footsteps following. You're either very brave or very stupid, Veldora observed. Little of both, probably. Naruto kept bouncing. But I've got a feeling about her. She's powerful, yeah, but she's also lonely. You don't get that excited about someone treating you normally unless you're starving for genuine interaction. And you think you can befriend a being capable of destroying continents? I befriended you, didn't I? Veldora's spluttering response was deeply satisfying. The meal was surprisingly pleasant. Malim devoured everything placed in front of her with an enthusiasm that reminded Naruto painfully of his own ramen addiction. The silver-haired man, introduced as Midray, her attendant, ate with mechanical precision while keeping a wary eye on everyone present. The dragon, Gaia, had been given a side of raw meat and seemed content. "So," Naruto said, watching Malim inhale her third plate, "you said you came to watch the battle. That implies you're not planning to interfere." "Nope." Malim spoke around a mouthful of food, spraying crumbs everywhere. "Demon lords aren't supposed to mess with each other's stuff. The orc army belongs to Clayman." Her expression flickered with something that might have been disgust. "So I can't just stomp in and wreck it. But watching is fine. Clayman, he's behind the invasion. Duh. The orc disaster is basically his puppet. Everyone knows that." Malim paused, finally seeming to register that she'd said something significant. "Oh, you didn't know that, did you?" "We suspected. Trainee mentioned it." Naruto filed away the confirmation. "Why is a demon lord using an orc army to destroy the forest? Something about harvesting souls? Powering up? I dunno. Clayman's always got some scheme going." Malim shrugged elaborately. "He's annoying. Thinks he's so smart just because he's good at manipulating people. But he's actually super weak. I could flick him and he'd die." "Then why don't you?" Another shrug. "Rules. Politics. Whatever. The other demon lords would get mad if I just started killing people." She grinned. "Unless he attacks me first. Then it's fair game." Interesting. So there were rules governing demon lord interactions. Political structures among the world's most powerful beings. That was useful information. "What about me?" Naruto asked. "If I kill the orc disaster and ruin Clayman's plan, will that cause problems?" Malim actually seemed to think about it. "Probably not. You're not a demon lord, so the rules don't really apply. Clayman would be mad, but he can't really do anything about it without looking weak." Her grin widened. "Honestly, I hope you win. Watching Clayman throw a tantrum would be hilarious. Your support is overwhelming." "I know, right?" They ate in silence for a moment. Naruto studied Malim, trying to read what lay beneath the childish exterior. She was old, impossibly old, according to Veldora. Powerful beyond comprehension. And yet she was here, eating mediocre food in a monster town, apparently delighted by the simple experience of conversation. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure. Why does a demon lord care about a battle between monsters and orcs? You could be doing literally anything else." Malim's expression flickered again. That same vulnerable something there and gone. "Because it's interesting. Because I'm bored. Because everyone else treats me like a weapon or a disaster waiting to happen. And you treated me like a person." She said it so simply, like it was obvious, like it didn't reveal years, centuries of isolation behind the cheerful mask. Naruto recognized that loneliness. He'd lived it. "Well," he said, "you're welcome to stay as long as you want. Watch the battle, eat our food, whatever. Just don't destroy anything important." "I make no promises." But she was smiling, genuinely smiling, and somehow that felt like a victory more significant than any battle. Midray leaned forward. "Lord Naruto, if I may, you should know that Malim-sama's presence, even as an observer, sends a message. The other demon lords will learn that she has taken an interest in Tempest. Some may view this as an opportunity, others as a threat. Let them view it however they want." Naruto met the attendant's gaze steadily. "I'm going to protect my people regardless. If that makes waves in demon lord politics, that's their problem." Midray studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "I see. You may be exactly what Malim-sama needs." "What do you mean?" But the attendant just smiled enigmatically and returned to his meal. The days continued to blur. Malim's presence in Tempest caused immediate chaos. She couldn't resist helping with training exercises, which usually meant demonstrating techniques so far beyond anyone's capability that the trainees just stared in despair. Naruto eventually redirected her energy toward the walls, where her casual super strength proved genuinely useful for moving massive stones. "I'm helping." she announced proudly after relocating a boulder that would have taken 20 workers half a day to move. You really are, Naruto agreed, and her pleased expression made the earlier chaos worth it. On day 8, Sui's team checked in with troubling news. My lord, the orc army has changed direction. What? Naruto pulled the scout captain aside, away from Malim's curious ears. Changed how? They were heading northwest, toward Tempest via the main forest path. Now they've turned due west. They're heading toward the Lizardman swamplands. Naruto's stomach dropped. But the Lizardmen evacuated. Their swamp is empty. Not entirely, my lord. Sui's expression was grim. Our intelligence indicates approximately 2,000 Lizardmen remained behind. Elderly, young, those who refused to abandon their ancestral home. 2,000. 2,000 people, no, 2,000 sentient beings, about to be devoured by an army that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. And Tempest was at least 4 days away at maximum speed. Great sage analysis. Can we reach the swamp before the orcs? Negative. The orc army will arrive in approximately 36 hours. Even at maximum sustainable speed, your forces could not arrive in less than 72. 36 hours. Not enough time to mount a rescue. Not enough time to do anything except watch those lizard men die from afar. Unless, Sui, where exactly is the orc army now? Approximately here. The scout indicated a position on the map Naruto had spread across a nearby table. Moving at standard pace. Their forward scouts will reach the swamp edge within 12 hours. 12 hours. Forward scouts only, probably a few thousand orcs at most. The main army would take longer to arrive. If we can slow those scouts, Naruto thought aloud, buy time for the swamp's lizard men to evacuate. You're thinking of engaging. Rimuru had appeared at his shoulder, drawn by the tension in their voices. My lord, even their forward elements number in the thousands. And if you commit our forces to a battle that far from Tempest, I'm not committing our forces. I'm committing myself. Naruto looked up at the Kijin commander. Shadow clones, remember? I can be in 2 places at once. Or 50 places at once if I push it. You would go alone. I'd go fast. Ranga can cover the distance in hours. I hit their scouts, cause enough chaos to slow the advance, and buy time for the lizardmen to run. Naruto was already bouncing toward where the great wolf rested. Meanwhile, you keep preparing Tempest. The main battle is still coming, regardless of what happens at the swamp. My lord, the risk is mine to take. Naruto stopped, turning back to face Rimuru. Those lizard men came to us for help. We took them in, gave them safety, told them they were part of Tempest now. But their families, their elders, their children, they're still back there, about to be slaughtered. He felt his voice harden. I'm not going to just let that happen. Not when I can do something about it. Rimuru held his gaze for a long moment. Then slowly he bowed. Then return safely, my lord. We will hold Tempest until you return. That's more like it. Naruto resumed his bounce toward Ranga. Great sage, calculate optimal intercept route. Sui, keep your team shadowing the main army. If anything changes, I need to know immediately. Understood, my lord. He reached Ranga in moments, the great wolf already rising to his feet, sensing his master's urgency. Ranga, we're gonna run very fast and probably fight a whole lot of orcs. I live to serve, master. Ranga's tail wagged despite the serious words. Your enemies are my enemies. That's the spirit. Naruto leaped onto the wolf's back, settling into position. Let's move. They burst from Tempest's gates at speeds that left guards staring in their wake. The forest blurred around them, trees becoming green smears, the wind howling past with furious intensity. Naruto created a windscreen with his own body, shielding Ranga's eyes so the wolf could run even faster. Great sage. Update on shadow clone capacity. Current sustainable maximum, 52 clones. However, combat deployment will reduce sustainability duration. Recommend limiting active combat clones to 30 for extended engagement. 30 shadow clones against thousands of orcs. Not ideal odds, but he'd worked with worse. The swamp appeared on the horizon 3 hours later. A vast expanse of murky water and twisted vegetation, glittering under the afternoon sun. Beautiful in its way, ancient, a homeland worth protecting. And there, spreading across the swamp's eastern border like a cancerous growth, the orc forward force. Great sage, count them. Approximately 4,200 orcs. Mix of standard and high orc variants. 3 orc generals leading advance columns. Currently preparing to enter swamp proper. 4,200. Against him, Ranga, and however many clones he could maintain. You're insane, Veldora observed. I love it. Then let's give them something to remember. Naruto created 30 clones, spreading them in a wide arc through the trees. Ranga, on my signal, hit their left flank. We're gonna make them think a whole army showed up. Understood, master. Naruto took a breath he didn't technically need. Then he attacked. The first orc died without knowing what hit him. Naruto dropped from the trees directly onto the creature's head. Gluttony activating on contact. The orc vanished, absorbed into his mass, and Naruto immediately bounced to the next target. Around him, his clones did the same. 30 blurs of blue death tearing through the orc formation from every direction. Screams erupted. Confusion spread. An orc general bellowed orders that were immediately contradicted when a clone appeared behind him and he had to defend himself. Ranga struck the left flank like a thunderbolt, his massive jaws snapping through orc armor like paper. The wolves Naruto had brought from Tempest, a dozen who'd insisted on accompanying him, followed their alpha into the chaos. Ambush! Someone screamed in Orcish. We're surrounded. There are hundreds of them. There weren't. But when you couldn't tell how many enemies were attacking because they kept coming from unexpected angles, perception became reality. Naruto absorbed his 20th orc and felt the familiar rush of stolen strength flooding through him. Each enemy he consumed made him faster, tougher, more capable of consuming the next. A feedback loop of power that the orcs couldn't match. But they had numbers, and numbers eventually told. A high orc caught one of his clones mid-bounce, crushing it with a massive fist. The clone dispersed in a puff of smoke, and Naruto suddenly knew everything it had experienced in its brief life, including the realization that high orcs were considerably more dangerous than standard variants. Another clone fell. Then another. The orcs were adapting, forming defensive clusters that his hit-and-run tactics couldn't easily break. Great Sage Analysis. Current casualties. 847 orcs eliminated. Own casualties. 7 clones destroyed. Enemy morale significantly impacted but remains combat capable. Recommend withdrawal before enemy reorganizes. 800 orcs down. 3,000 plus still standing. And his element of surprise was fading fast. How long do the swamp lizard men need to evacuate? Unknown. Estimated minimum. 12 hours if they begin immediately. 12 hours. He'd been fighting for maybe 20 minutes. This wasn't sustainable. But it didn't have to be. He just needed to buy time, and buying time meant being too annoying to ignore. All clones. Fall back to Rally Point Gamma. He'd designated several positions before the attack, expecting exactly this situation. We're going guerrilla. The clones scattered, vanishing into the swamp vegetation. The orcs, confused and bloodied, hesitated to pursue into unfamiliar terrain where enemies could attack from any direction. An orc general pushed forward anyway, leading a column of high orcs into the murky water. After them, kill the slime and its copies. Prove your worth to the orc lord. Exactly what Naruto wanted. The swamp was the lizardman's home. They'd spent generations learning its paths, its dangers, its secrets. And in the past week, Naruto's lizardman population had shared that knowledge freely. The orc column advanced 50 meters before the first trap triggered. A pit opened beneath a high orc's feet, concealed by magic, undetectable until weight activated the trigger. The orc fell, impaling himself on sharpened stakes coated in paralytic venom. Another trap. Another. The orc's confident advance became a stumbling nightmare of hidden dangers. Naruto hit them from the flank, absorbed 2 more, and vanished before they could respond. A clone did the same from the opposite direction. Then another. Then another. They're everywhere, an orc screamed. The swamp itself is attacking us. Hold formation. Hold. The orc general's words cut off as Ranga materialized from the fog, jaws closing around his throat. A burst of storm lightning finished him, and suddenly the command structure crumbled. The remaining orcs broke. Not a full retreat, they were still orcs, still driven by the orc disaster's compulsion to consume, but a tactical withdrawal. They pulled back from the swamp edge, reforming at a safer distance, licking their wounds and waiting for reinforcements. Naruto watched them go. His remaining 17 clones spread through the swamp like a defensive perimeter. Casualties? He asked Ranga. None, master. The wolves are uninjured. Your clones absorbed the brunt of the fighting. Good. That was good. Great sage. Estimate on how long before their main force arrives? Based on current travel speeds, the main orc army will reach this position in approximately 14 hours. 14 hours. He'd bought 2 hours so far. 12 more to go. Then we keep hitting them. Naruto began moving deeper into the swamp, toward where his senses told him the remaining lizard men huddled. Every time they try to advance, we make them pay for it. They want this swamp? They're going to bleed for every inch. The next 12 hours were the longest of Naruto's new life. He fought, retreated, set traps, fought again. Lost clones by the dozen, created more, kept moving. The orcs threw wave after wave at the swamp, and every wave broke against the combination of guerrilla tactics, environmental hazards, and sheer stubborn refusal to give ground. By the 8th hour, Naruto had absorbed over 2,000 orcs. His power had grown noticeably, he was faster, tougher, his gluttony more efficient. But so had his exhaustion. Maintaining combat clones for this long strained even his considerable reserves. By the 10th hour, he met the lizard men. They found him, actually. A patrol of elderly warriors who'd refused to abandon their home, led by a scarred veteran who introduced himself as Gabiru's father, the chieftain of the swamp tribe. You're the slime, the chieftain said, studying Naruto with ancient eyes. The one who took in our refugees. That's me, Naruto. My people say you treat them as equals, that you named them, gave them strength, gave them purpose. The chieftain's expression was unreadable. And now you're here, fighting an army. For strangers. For family, Naruto corrected. Your people are part of Tempest now. That makes you family too, even if we haven't met before. The chieftain was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed. A rusty sound, like he'd forgotten how. My son always said there were no good surface dwellers. I'll have to tell him he was wrong. The chieftain straightened, some of his earlier weariness fading. We've been evacuating since we heard the fighting. Most of our people are already moving toward your town. But we old warriors stayed behind. His teeth bared in something that might have been a smile. We thought we might as well die defending our home. Nobody's dying today. Naruto bounced forward. Not if I can help it. But I could use guides, people who know this swamp better than I do. We've got maybe 4 more hours before the main army arrives. If we can hold them here at the swamp's edge, we might be able to buy enough time for everyone to escape. Hold an army. The chieftain shook his head. You are either very brave or very foolish. I get that a lot. The next 4 hours were chaos incarnate. The orc main force arrived like a tide of squealing rage, their orc disaster's influence driving them into a frenzy. Naruto met them at the swamp's edge with every remaining clone, every trap, every dirty trick his ninja training had ever taught him. He fought until his magicule reserves scraped bottom. Fought until his slime body could barely hold together. Fought until the sun began to set and the orc army finally stopped advancing. Not defeated, not even close to defeated, but stopped, stalled, forced to regroup after hours of bloody fighting that had cost them nearly 10,000 soldiers. They're pulling back, Ranga reported, his own body covered in wounds that were slowly healing, camping at the forest edge. They'll attack again at dawn. And by dawn, the lizard men will be gone. Naruto felt exhaustion dragging at him like physical weight. That's all that matters. He'd done it. Bought the time they needed. Saved 2,000 lives that would have been lost. You absolute madman, Veldora said, and his voice carried something that might have been awe. You actually did it. Not done yet. Naruto forced himself upright, or as upright as a slime could manage. Still have to get back to Tempest. The main battle's coming. You can barely move. Then I'll rest while Ranga runs. Naruto dragged himself onto the wolf's back. Great sage, calculate fastest route back to Tempest. Factor in any shortcuts the lizardmen evacuation route might have opened up. Acknowledged. Optimal route calculated. Estimated travel time. 6 hours at reduced speed. 6 hours. He'd be back before the orc army could reposition. Back before the final battle. Let's go home, Ranga. The great wolf didn't argue. He simply began to run, carrying his exhausted master through the darkening forest, toward the town they'd built and the people waiting for them. Behind them, the orc army licked its wounds and prepared for the next advance. Ahead of them, Tempest's walls gleamed in the fading light, and somewhere in between, the final confrontation was about to begin. Naruto returned to Tempest at midnight. The town was still awake, lights burning in every window, soldiers drilling in the torchlit training grounds. Word of his swamp battle had already spread. The returning lizardmen evacuation had brought stories of a blue slime fighting an army single-handed. Rimuru met him at the gate, relief evident on his normally stoic face. My lord, you're alive. Mostly. Naruto slid off Ranga's back, nearly collapsing before catching himself. Status report. What did I miss? The orc army has changed course again. They're coming directly here now. Apparently your stunt at the swamp convinced them to stop splitting their forces. Benimaru's expression grew grim. They'll arrive in approximately 6 days. All 170,000 remaining orcs. 6 days. And they were coming in full force. Good, Naruto said, and he meant it. I was getting tired of the foreplay anyway. He bounced toward the command center, Benimaru falling in beside him. How are our preparations? Complete or nearly so. Walls reinforced, weapons distributed, evacuation routes established for civilians. Milim-sama has been helpful in her way, though she keeps asking when the real fighting will start. She'll get her show soon enough. Naruto entered the command building, finding the rest of his leadership already assembled. They looked tired, worried, but underneath that, determined. All right, he said, taking his place at the head of the table. 6 days. Let's make them count. The next 6 days blurred together in a frenzy of final preparations. Naruto drilled with his forces relentlessly, pushing them to their limits and beyond. Shadow clone after shadow clone sparred with the Kijin, trained with the hobgoblins, coordinated tactics with the lizardmen. On day 3, Sui's remaining infiltration team returned with critical intelligence. The orc disaster traveled at the army's center, surrounded by his 5 strongest generals and a personal guard of 10,000 high orcs. On day 4, Trainee appeared with news that other forest communities were finally mobilizing. Not to join Tempest's defense. Most were too far away for that, but to pressure the orc army's flanks, forcing them to leave defensive units behind. On day 5, Milim announced she was bored and was going to scout ahead. She returned an hour later with the head of an orc general, casually tossed it into the town square, and asked what was for dinner. And on day 6, the orc army arrived. Naruto stood on Tempest's highest wall, watching the horde spread across the horizon like a living tide. 170,000 orcs, their squealing battle cries merging into a single wall of sound that seemed to shake the very air. At their center, barely visible through the mass of bodies, something huge moved. The orc disaster himself. Well, Naruto said to no one in particular. Here we go. He created 50 shadow clones and sent them to their positions throughout the defensive line. Drew on every scrap of power he'd accumulated since arriving in this world. Felt Veldora's strength thrumming in his core, ready to be unleashed. Below him, his people looked up. Hobgoblins and Kijin, lizardmen and dryads, wolves and ogres and every other refugee who'd found a home in Tempest. They were afraid, he could see it in their faces. But they weren't running. They believed in him. Time to earn that belief. Tempest. His voice carried across the walls, magically amplified. Today we fight for our home. We fight for our families. We fight for the right to exist in a world that thinks we're nothing but monsters. He drew himself up to his full height, which wasn't much, but somehow seemed to fill the space anyway. They say we can't win. They say the numbers are too great. They say we should just roll over and die. His voice dropped, cold and certain. They're wrong, and we're going to prove it. The orc army began its advance, and the battle for Tempest began. Chapter 3. What we fight for. The first wave hit Tempest's walls like a hammer striking an anvil. Naruto watched from his position at the eastern gate as 3,000 orcs crashed against the stone fortifications, their crude weapons scraping uselessly against barriers that had been reinforced with dwarven engineering and lizardman water magic. The defenders above rained arrows and magical attacks down on the attackers, each volley carving bloody gaps in the orc formation. Hold the line! Benimaru's voice cut through the chaos, flames erupting from his hands to incinerate a cluster of orcs attempting to scale the walls. Don't let them establish footholds. It was going well. Too well. Great Sage analysis of enemy tactics. Current assault appears to be probing attack. Enemy forces committed represent less than 2% of total army. Purpose. Identify defensive weaknesses. Measure response capabilities. Exhaust defender resources. So the orc disaster was smart. Or at least whoever was really pulling the strings was smart. They weren't going to throw their entire force at the walls and hope for the best. They were going to wear Tempest down piece by piece. Benimaru. Naruto bounced along the wall toward the Kijin commander. They're testing us. Don't overcommit. Save your heavy hitters for when they actually push. Understood. My lord. Benimaru pulled back from the front, letting the hobgoblin archers handle the immediate threat. How long do you think they'll probe before committing? No idea. But we need to make every exchange cost them more than it costs us. Naruto created 10 shadow clones and scattered them along the defensive perimeter. I'm going to start hitting their flanks. Keep them off balance. He dropped from the wall before Benimaru could object, Ranga materializing beside him from the shadows where the great wolf had been waiting. Together, they circled around the ongoing assault, staying hidden in the tree line until they reached the orc army's exposed eastern edge. 50 orcs in this cluster, Naruto analyzed quickly. Reserves waiting to reinforce the assault. Take them out fast, then we move. Ranga's response was a low growl of anticipation. They struck like lightning. Naruto hit the first orc before anyone knew he was there. Gluttony, consuming the creature instantly. Ranga tore through 3 more in the same moment, his storm-enhanced claws leaving nothing but scattered remains. The orcs scrambled to respond, but by the time they'd formed a defensive circle, half their number was already gone. Fall back, Naruto commanded, and they vanished into the forest as quickly as they'd appeared. The pattern repeated 6 more times over the next hour. Strike, consume, retreat. Each attack cost the orc army 50 to 100 soldiers while revealing nothing about Tempest's true defensive capabilities. The orcs grew increasingly paranoid, jumping at shadows, their attention divided between the walls and the forest that seemed to be hunting them. They're pulling back the assault, Great Sage reported. First wave retreating to main formation. Casualties. Approximately 2,400 orcs. Tempest casualties. 7 hobgoblins wounded, none killed. 7 to 2,400. Those were odds Naruto could work with, but they wouldn't last. The second wave came at midday, and it was 10 times the size of the first. 30,000 orcs surged toward Tempest's walls from 3 directions simultaneously. The eastern gate, the western approach, and a newly formed assault on the southern wall that hadn't seen combat before. This wasn't a probe, this was a real attack, designed to overwhelm through sheer numbers. All units, defensive positions. Naruto's voice carried across the battlefield through his network of shadow clones. Kijin to the eastern gate. Lizard men cover the south. Hobgoblins fill the gaps. The defenders moved with practiced precision, the result of countless drills over the past 2 weeks. Cheyenne led a squad of elite fighters to reinforce the western approach, her massive blade carving through orcs like a scythe through wheat. Sui's shadow warriors appeared and disappeared along the walls, eliminating any orc that managed to climb the fortifications. But 30,000 was a lot of orcs. They're breaching the southern wall, someone screamed. Naruto was already moving. He hit the breach point with 20 shadow clones, the combined assault driving back the orc advance through sheer volume of attacks. But for every orc he consumed, 2 more seemed to take its place. Great Sage breach status. Southern wall integrity compromised in 3 locations. Eastern gate holding but under severe pressure. Western approach stable. Recommend concentrated defense of southern sector. On it, Naruto pulled clones from other positions, concentrating his forces at the failing wall. Kurobe, I need those backup barriers now. The master blacksmith's voice came from somewhere behind him. 60 seconds, my lord. 60 seconds was an eternity in combat. Naruto threw himself into the breach, his slime body expanding to fill the gap physically. Orcs piled against him, their weapons bouncing off his dense magical form while gluttony consumed any that got too close. It hurt, even with his resistances, absorbing this many enemies this quickly strained his capacity. He could feel his magicule reserves depleting faster than he could replenish them. 40 seconds. An orc general appeared in the breach, larger and stronger than the rank and file, a massive war axe raised over its head. It brought the weapon down with enough force to shatter stone. Naruto dodged. Barely. The axe carved a chunk out of his body that would take precious energy to regenerate. 20 seconds. He couldn't absorb the general quickly enough. Its magical density was too high, requiring sustained contact that the creature's combat skill wouldn't allow. Instead, Naruto shifted tactics, using his body to entangle rather than consume. He wrapped around the general's legs, throwing it off balance. Cheyenne! Now! The Kijin warrior appeared from above, her Odachi blade descending in a perfect killing arc. The orc general raised its axe to block, but Cheyenne's strength was beyond mortal limits. The axe shattered. The blade continued its descent. The general's head hit the ground a moment before its body. Barriers up! Kurobe's shout came with the grinding sound of metal and magic. Fresh fortifications rose in the breach points, dwarven-crafted steel reinforced with defensive enchantments. The orc advance slammed against them and stopped. Push them back! Benimaru's flames joined the counterattack, a wave of fire that swept across the orc formation. The assault broke, enemies retreating from the walls in disorder. Naruto allowed himself a moment to catch his breath. Metaphorically, casualties? He asked Great Sage. Tempest forces, 34 dead, 89 wounded. Orc forces, approximately 8,700 dead. Current enemy withdrawal suggests temporary pause in assault. 34 dead, 34 of his people, gone forever. Names he'd given them, lives he'd promised to protect. My lord! Shuna appeared beside him, her elegant features strained with exhaustion. You're pushing yourself too hard. Your magicule levels are fine. They weren't, but he couldn't afford to show weakness. Not now. How are the wounded being treated? Our medical facilities are adequate, but we're running low on healing supplies. Shuna hesitated. At this rate of attrition, we'll exhaust our reserves within 2 more major assaults. 2 more assaults. And the orc army still had over 150,000 soldiers. We need to change the equation, Naruto muttered. Great Sage, location of the orc disaster? Orc disaster remains at Army Center, approximately 2.3 kilometers from Tempest Walls. Personal guard of high orcs has been reduced due to combat deployment. Current estimate, 6,000 elite guards. 6,000. Down from 10,000. The attrition was working, but not fast enough. What if I push through? Naruto thought. Created 100 clones. Made a straight run for the disaster? Probability of success, 3.7%. Probability of total clone loss without reaching target, 89.2%. Probability of creating opportunity for enemy counterattack on Tempest during absence, 94.6%. So a suicide run was out. He needed a better plan. Milim. He bounced toward where the Demon Lord had been watching the battle from a nearby rooftop, munching on what appeared to be candied fruits. I need your advice. Ooh, advice. Milim perked up, her eyes sparkling with interest. I love giving advice. It makes me feel important. The orc disaster. If I wanted to reach him and kill him, what would be the best approach? Milim's expression shifted, something ancient and calculating surfacing beneath her childish demeanor. You mean besides just being stronger than his whole army? Because that's what I'd do. I'm not you. Obviously. You're way more squishy. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Okay, so the orc disaster's power comes from starved, right? That skill makes him stronger by eating things. But it also makes him hungry. Like constantly, endlessly hungry. He can't stop eating even if he wanted to. So he's driven by the skill, not controlling it. Exactly. It's actually really sad if you think about it. He used to be a normal orc lord, you know? Then his people started starving because some jerk, her eye twitched, manipulated the situation. He took on starved to save them to become strong enough to find food. But the skill corrupted him. Now he's just a puppet dancing to his own hunger. Naruto absorbed this. The orc disaster wasn't evil, he was a victim. A leader who'd sacrificed himself for his people and lost himself in the process. That sounded painfully familiar. Is there any way to break the skill's hold on him? Save him instead of killing him? Milim stared at him for a long moment. You want to save the guy who's destroying everything? I want to stop the destruction. If I can do that without killing someone who doesn't deserve to die, I'd prefer it. Something shifted in Milim's expression. That vulnerable something Naruto had glimpsed before, surfacing more clearly now. You really are different, she said quietly. Most people just want to kill things that threaten them. But you actually care about. She trailed off, shaking her head. Okay, look, starved is a unique skill. Can't be removed by normal means. But if someone had a skill that could, I don't know, absorb or override other skills. Gluttony, Naruto breathed. If I absorbed him, absorbed, starved itself. You'd either gain control of his power or get consumed by the same hunger that destroyed him. Milim's voice was serious now, all playfulness gone. It's basically a coin flip. And if you lose, you become the new orc disaster. Probably worse, actually, since you're already way stronger than he was when he started. Coin flip. His life and potentially everything he'd built riding on a 50-50 chance. What would improve the odds? Being stronger helps. Having a stronger will helps more. Starved is basically a hunger-given form. It wants to consume everything, including its host's consciousness. If your desire to live is stronger than its desire to eat, you win. His desire to live. His will. Naruto thought about Konoha, about his friends, his precious people, everyone he'd fought so hard to protect. He thought about Tempest, about the hobgoblins and Kijin and lizard men who were counting on him. About Veldora, trapped inside him, trusting him to find a way to freedom. I've never lost a contest of wills in my life, he said. And I'm not about to start now. Milim grinned, and this time it reached her eyes. You know what? I believe you. This is going to be fun to watch. Glad I can provide entertainment. Naruto bounced back toward the defensive line. But first, I need to actually reach the guy. Any ideas on that? Oh, that's easy. Milim waved her hand dismissively. Just let him come to you. What? The orcs aren't sieging this town because it's strategically important. They're here because you're here. The orc disaster can sense powerful beings. It's part of starved. And right now, you're the most interesting meal in the forest. Her grin turned predatory. Make yourself irresistible and he'll come running. Then it's just you and him, one-on-one. make himself irresistible, bait the trap with his own life. It was insane. It was reckless. It was exactly the kind of plan Naruto would have come up with in his old life. Great sage analysis. If I enhanced my magical signature, made myself appear as threatening as possible, would the orc disaster prioritize attacking me personally? High probability. Starved compels its host to consume the strongest available targets. If you present yourself as the dominant threat, the orc disaster would likely attempt direct engagement. And if I fight him outside the walls, away from Tempest, the army would continue its assault, but without the disaster's direct command, coordination would suffer significantly. Probability of successful defense increases approximately 340% if orc disaster is removed from command structure. 340%. Those were numbers worth gambling on. Rimuru, Naruto shouted, drawing the Kijin commander's attention. New plan. I'm going to draw out the orc disaster and fight him one-on-one. While I've got him occupied, you push the army back. My lord, that's insane. Yeah, I know. Trust me. Benimaru's jaw tightened. Then he nodded. Always, my lord. What do you need from us? Keep the walls standing. Keep our people alive. And when I beat this guy, Naruto bounced toward the gate. Have dinner ready. I'm going to be hungry. He didn't give anyone time to argue. The eastern gate opened just enough for his slime body to slip through, and then he was racing across the battlefield toward the heart of the orc army. Behind him, Tempest's defenders stared in shocked silence. Ahead of him, over 100,000 enemies waited. Naruto cut through the orc formation like a hot knife through butter. He wasn't trying to fight them all. That would be suicide even for him. Instead, he used every ounce of speed and agility his evolved body possessed to slip between gaps, bounce over obstacles, and simply avoid the vast majority of enemies. When orcs got in his way, he absorbed them without slowing down. When larger threats appeared, shadow clones engaged them while his real body kept moving. His goal was simple. Reach the orc disaster and make enough noise doing it that the creature couldn't ignore him. Great sage, boost my magical signature. Make me look as powerful as possible. Acknowledged. Releasing magicule limiters. Warning. This will significantly increase visibility to magical detection and may attract additional hostile attention. Additional hostile attention was the point. Power flooded through Naruto's body, his blue coloring deepening to an almost violet hue. The air around him crackled with released energy. Orcs near him stumbled back, their survival instincts screaming warnings their conscious minds couldn't process. And somewhere in the distance, something massive turned its attention toward him. He's coming, Veldora said, excitement threading through his voice. I can feel it. The orc disaster is moving to intercept. Good. Naruto changed direction, angling away from the densest part of the army. If they were going to fight, he wanted space to maneuver. How far? Maybe a minute. He's fast for something that size. Fast. Great. As if this wasn't already complicated enough. Naruto burst through the army's outer edge into a clearing. A former meadow now churned into mud by the passage of thousands of feet. He skidded to a stop, created 30 shadow clones arranged in a defensive perimeter, and waited. He didn't have to wait long. The orc disaster exploded through the tree line like a living natural disaster. It was massive, easily twice the size of a normal orc, its body swollen with consumed power, muscles rippling beneath skin that seemed barely able to contain the forces within. Its eyes were empty, hollow, reflecting nothing but endless hunger. Consume. The word wasn't spoken. It was projected directly into Naruto's mind. A psychic assault that carried the weight of a unique skill behind it. He felt starved reaching for him, trying to unravel his very existence through sheer force of appetite. Yeah, no. Naruto pushed back with his own will, reinforced by Veldora's draconic essence and years of experience resisting mental attacks. I've had a demon fox try to eat my soul. You're going to have to do better than that. The orc disaster paused. Something that might have been confusion flickered in those empty eyes. You resist. I do a lot of things. Resisting is actually one of my specialties. Naruto spread his clones wider, looking for weaknesses in the creature's guard. Before we do this, I've got a question. What was your name? Before Starved took over. Name? Yeah, you were someone before all this. A leader who loved his people. What did they call you? The orc disaster's massive form trembled. For just a moment, something other than hunger surfaced in its eyes. I was Geld. My name was Geld. Geld. Naruto let the name settle between them. Geld, I know what you're going through. I know what it's like to have something inside you that wants to destroy everything you love. I lived with that for 16 years. And I'm telling you, it doesn't have to end in destruction. You can fight it. Fight it. The hunger. Starved. It's not you. It's just a skill. A tool that's gotten out of control. But you're still in there somewhere. The leader who sacrificed himself for his people. The person who chose to become this monster so others could survive. Naruto's voice hardened. Don't let the skill win. Don't let all that sacrifice be for nothing. Geld's body shuddered. His massive hands came up to grip his head, claws digging into his own skull. I remember. My people. They were starving. I had to save them. And you did. You became strong enough to find food, to lead them to survival. But somewhere along the way, the skill took over. It made you forget why you were fighting in the first place. Forget? Why? Your people are still out there, Geld. Still following you because they believe in the leader you used to be. Right now, they're dying by the thousands attacking my home. Not because they want to, because Starved is driving them. Because you can't stop. The orc disaster's trembling intensified. Conflicting impulses warred across his face. The hunger demanding he consume, the remnant of the person he'd been struggling to surface. I can't control it. The hunger is too strong. Then let me help you. Naruto dismissed his clones, making himself vulnerable. I've got a skill that might be able to absorb Starved, take it out of you entirely. It's risky. Might kill us both. But if it works, you could be free. Your people could be free. Free. The words seemed to break something in Geld. Tears, actual tears, began streaming down his monstrous face. I wanted to save them, and instead I destroyed everything. You can still save them. It's not too late. Naruto moved closer, ignoring every instinct screaming at him to keep his distance. Trust me, Geld. Let me help. For one eternal moment, Geld hesitated. The hunger and the man warred within him, the outcome uncertain. Then Starve one. Consume. The attack came without warning. Geld's massive fist descending with enough force to crater the earth. Naruto dodged. Barely. The shockwave still sending him tumbling through the air. Well, he thought, creating new clones as fast as he could. Can't say I didn't try the peaceful option. The battle began in earnest. Fighting the orc disaster was nothing like fighting normal orcs. Geld was fast despite his size. His movements driven by supernatural hunger rather than physical limits. Every attack was a killing blow. He wasn't trying to wound or capture, just consume. His claws tore through shadow clones like paper. His psychic assault battered against Naruto's mental defenses with relentless intensity. And worst of all, he kept getting stronger. He's absorbing power from the fallen clones, Great Sage reported. Starved can consume magical constructs, not just physical matter. Each clone destroyed strengthens him further. So I'm literally feeding him by fighting normally. Naruto dodged another devastating strike. This one close enough to graze his body and tear away a chunk of mass. Great. Perfect. Exactly what I needed to hear. Analysis suggests direct, gluttony engagement is the only viable strategy. However, your current magical reserves are insufficient to guarantee successful absorption of an entity of this power level. Insufficient reserves. Because he'd spent everything defending Tempest and fighting through the army to get here. Options? Option 1, retreat. Probability of successful escape, 34%. Option 2, continue conventional combat until reserves are exhausted. Probability of defeat, 89%. Option 3. Initiate immediate gluttony absorption attempt. Probability of success, 23%. 23%. Better than the coin flip Malim had estimated, but still terrible odds. Any way to improve that number? If you could access additional magicule reserves, such as those sealed within Veldora's essence, probability increases to 67%. However, accessing sealed reserves would require Veldora's active cooperation and may cause unforeseen complications. Naruto felt Veldora's attention sharpen within him. You want to use my power. I want to not die, and maybe save this guy while I'm at it. Naruto deflected another attack, losing 2 more clones in the process. Can you help? Help a slime fight an orc disaster using my sealed power? Veldora was silent for a moment. It would be unprecedented, dangerous, potentially catastrophic if something goes wrong. So yes. Obviously yes. When have I ever turned down something this interesting? Power flooded into Naruto, not his own, but Veldora's. Storm Dragon essence, filtered through their soul corridor, raw and overwhelming and exactly what he needed. His body expanded, his magical signature spiking so high that orcs a mile away clutched their heads in pain. Geld froze. The hunger in his eyes intensified, recognizing something even more appetizing than before. Storm Dragon. You carry the Storm Dragon within you. Among other things, Naruto compressed the borrowed power into his core, preparing for the decisive moment. Last chance, Geld. Let me help you end this without more death. The Storm Dragon's power. Must consume. Must have. The orc disaster charged. Naruto met him head-on. Gluttony activated at maximum power, backed by Veldora's essence. He didn't try to dodge or counterattack. He simply attached himself to Geld's body and began absorbing. The sensation was indescribable. He'd absorbed thousands of creatures since coming to this world, but nothing compared to this. Geld's accumulated power, the strength of every orc he'd consumed, every monster, every unfortunate creature that had crossed his path. All of it flooded into Naruto at once, and with it came starved. The hunger slammed into his consciousness like a physical force. It wanted to consume everything, the world, the universe, existence itself. There was no end to it, no satisfaction possible, just an eternal emptiness that demanded to be filled. Consume, it demanded. Consume, consume, consume. No, Naruto's will rose to meet it. Not just his will, the will of everyone who'd believed in him. Irika, who'd saved him from the darkness of his childhood. Jiraiya, who'd taught him that being a shinobi meant protecting others. Sasuke, his rival and brother, who'd pushed him to be stronger. The goblins who'd looked at him and seen hope. The Kijin who'd pledged their lives. Everyone in Tempest who was counting on him. I've been hungry my whole life, he told the skill. Hungry for acknowledgement. Hungry for connection. Hungry for a place to belong. And you know what I learned? The hunger recoiled, confused by resistance it had never encountered before. The hunger never goes away, not completely, but you can choose what you do with it. You can let it consume you, destroy everything you touch. Or you can use it, turn it into fuel for something greater. Impossible. Hunger cannot be controlled. Hunger is absolute. Nothing is absolute, not even you. Naruto reached deeper, past the skill, past the accumulated power until he found what he was looking for. A spark of consciousness, buried beneath layers of hunger and madness. The remnant of the person Geld had been. Geld, can you hear me? A flicker of recognition. Weak, fading, but there. I can't. Hold on. You don't have to. That's what I'm here for. Naruto wrapped his will around that spark, shielding it from starved's endless appetite. I'm going to take the hunger away, but your memories, your identity, everything that makes you who you are, that stays. Understand? Why would you? Because everyone deserves a second chance. Even monsters, especially monsters. Naruto's voice softened. Now let go. I've got you. The spark of Geld's consciousness relaxed into his grip, and Naruto devoured, starved itself. He woke up in the meadow, surrounded by silence. Great sage. What happened? Starved absorption complete. Unique skill successfully integrated. Warning. Significant magicule expenditure has triggered evolution process. New form designation pending analysis. Evolution. Naruto tried to move and found his body responding differently than before. He was larger, denser, more defined. When he looked down at himself, he saw something that wasn't quite a slime anymore. What am I now? Analysis complete. New designation. Demon Slime. Threat level upgraded to Catastrophe class pending verification. Demon Slime. Catastrophe class monster. And Geld. Entity designated Geld has been absorbed. Consciousness intact and stored within your imaginary space. Physical reconstruction possible upon your command. Stored. Not destroyed. Naruto felt relief wash through him. He'd saved the orc leader after all. The army. Orc army has entered state of confusion. Without the orc disaster's unifying influence, individual units are acting independently. Tempest forces have launched counterattack, driving enemy from walls. They'd won. Or at least they'd survived. Naruto pulled himself upright, an easier task now, his new body more capable of humanoid movement. He could hear the distant sounds of battle, of orcs being routed, of his people's cheers carrying across the wind. Notice. Incoming transmission from Entity Malim Nava. Before he could respond, the demon lord herself dropped from the sky to land in front of him. That was amazing. Malim grabbed his pseudopods and shook them vigorously. You actually did it. You ate the orc disaster and took his power. And you didn't even go crazy. Do you have any idea how hard that is? Moderately hard? Naruto guessed. Like, impossible level hard. Starved. Has never been successfully absorbed before. The last 3 beings who tried got consumed instead and became even worse monsters. Malim was practically vibrating with excitement. You're definitely the most interesting thing to happen in centuries. Thanks, I think. Now come on. Come on. She started dragging him toward Tempest. The battle's basically over and everyone's going to want to celebrate, and I want to see what kind of food they have. And also you have to tell me everything about what happened in your head during the fight, because I bet it was super dramatic. Naruto let himself be dragged, too exhausted to resist. Behind them, the orc army was breaking apart. Individual groups scattering into the forest, no longer bound by starved-esque compulsion. The threat wasn't gone entirely, but it was contained. Manageable. They'd survived. As they approached the walls, Naruto saw his people gathering at the gates. Rimuru, Cheyenne, Shuna, Rigurd, and the hobgoblins. The lizard men and dwarves and everyone else who'd fought and bled and believed. They saw him coming, and they cheered. The sound hit him harder than any attack had during the battle. All these people, these monsters, his monsters, celebrating because he'd come back alive. Because they'd won together. In his old life, it had taken 16 years to earn that kind of acknowledgement. Here, it had taken 2 months. Welcome back, my lord. Rimuru met him at the gate, bowing deeply. The battle is won. Tempest stands. Casualties? 47 dead. 112 wounded. Benimaru's voice was steady, but Naruto could see the grief beneath it. They died protecting their home, protecting each other. 47. 47 names he'd given, lives he'd promised to protect. We'll honor them, Naruto said. All of them, and we'll make sure their sacrifice meant something. Yes, my lord. The celebration that followed was muted by grief, but no less genuine. Food was shared. Stories were exchanged. The wounded were tended and the dead were mourned. And through it all, Naruto watched his people and felt something he hadn't experienced since arriving in this world. Hope. 3 days after the battle, the orc survivors began arriving at Tempest's gates. Not as invaders, as refugees. There are approximately 60,000 of them, Rigurd reported. Exhaustion evident in every word. The army's remnants, scattered after the disaster's defeat. Most are starving, wounded, confused. They remember being driven by hunger but not their own actions. His voice dropped. Many of them are horrified by what they did. 60,000 orcs. Their forces had numbered nearly 200,000 at the start. Between the battle and the chaos of the retreat, over 100,000 had died or scattered beyond recovery. They're asking for help, Rigurd continued. Food, shelter, a chance to not be monsters anymore. Naruto looked at the distant crowd of orcs huddled outside the town's perimeter. They didn't look like an army anymore. They looked like what they were, traumatized survivors of a catastrophe they'd never wanted. Let them in. Rigurd's eyes widened. My lord, they attacked us, killed our people. The other citizens. We'll have to learn to live with them, just like we learned to live with each other. Naruto's voice was firm. Rigurd, these orcs didn't choose to attack us. They were victims too, driven by a skill that destroyed their free will. Now that skill is gone, and they're just people, scared, hungry people who need help. The other races won't accept this easily. Then we'll help them accept it. Slowly, carefully, with lots of supervision and integration programs. Naruto started bouncing toward the gate. But we're not going to turn away people in need. That's not who we are. The integration was harder than the battle. Some of Tempest's citizens, particularly those who'd lost family in the fighting, couldn't accept orcs among them. Tensions flared. Fights broke out. Progress was measured in inches rather than miles. But it happened. Slowly, grudgingly, the monster nation of Tempest expanded to include its former enemies. Orcs worked alongside hobgoblins to rebuild damaged walls. Orc shamans shared their knowledge with lizardman mages. Children of different species played together in streets that had been battlegrounds days before. You're doing something unprecedented, Trainee observed one evening, having appeared without warning as dryads tended to do. A nation of monsters living in peace, incorporating former enemies as equals. The forest itself is surprised. The forest has opinions? The forest has many things. Opinions among them. Trainee's alien features curved into something that might have been a smile. You continue to exceed expectations, Naruto Uzumaki. The spirits speak of you often. Good things, I hope. Interesting things. Which is better, from a dryad's perspective. Before Naruto could respond, a commotion near the eastern gate drew his attention. Voices raised in alarm, the sounds of weapons being drawn. He arrived to find a standoff. A small group of humans stood facing Tempest's guards, maybe a dozen individuals in traveling clothes, led by a woman with short brown hair and an expression of barely contained hostility. They were surrounded by armed hobgoblins, none of whom seemed happy about the situation. What's going on? Naruto pushed through the crowd, his evolved body now capable of a more dignified approach than bouncing. My lord! One of the guards stepped forward. These humans approached from the western road. They claim to be merchants, but their behavior is suspicious. Suspicious how? They kept asking questions about our defenses, our population, our leadership structure. The guard's hand rested on his weapon. We believe they may be scouts for a human nation. Naruto studied the humans. The woman in front met his gaze without flinching, her eyes hard. Well? He asked her. Are you scouts? We're merchants, she said flatly. From Bloomend. We heard rumors about a monster nation and came to investigate trading opportunities. And the detailed questions about our defenses? A flicker of something, guilt, crossed her face. Standard business intelligence. You can't trade with someone without understanding their situation. She was lying. Naruto could tell that much. But she was also scared. Not of him specifically, but of something. The way she held herself, the tension in her shoulders, suggested someone carrying a burden. Great sage analysis of these individuals. Human merchants from the kingdom of Bloomend. Leader identified as Elin, member of a trading company with known connections to Bloomend Intelligence Services. Other individuals appear to be genuine merchants recruited as cover. So she was a spy. but a scared spy with merchants as cover, not an assassination team or military scouts. Here's what's going to happen, Naruto said. You're going to come inside, have some food, and tell me the truth about why you're here. In exchange, I won't have you arrested as spies. Deal? Ilin's eyes widened. No. I know lots of things. I also know that you're scared, that you didn't really want to be here, and that whatever's driving this investigation matters to you personally. Naruto gestured toward the town. So let's talk. Properly. No more games. The woman hesitated. Then slowly she nodded. All right, monster. You want the truth? The truth is that your little nation has the entire western region in a panic. The kingdom of Falmouth is mobilizing an army. The Western Holy Church is declaring you an existential threat to humanity. And I was sent here to confirm whether or not you're actually as dangerous as everyone fears. And? Am I? Honestly, Ilin's expression was troubled. I have no idea. You just welcomed me despite knowing I'm a spy. You've apparently integrated the orc army that attacked you. Everything I've heard suggests you're either the most dangerous monster in centuries or something completely unprecedented. Why not both? For a moment, Ilin just stared at him. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed. You know what? Fair point. She extended her hand. Ilin, officially a merchant, unofficially a spy, currently having no idea what to report to my superiors. Naruto accepted the handshake. Naruto, officially a slime, unofficially a demon slime, currently trying to build something worth protecting. This is going to be a very interesting conversation. Most of my conversations are, come on, I'll give you the tour. Ilin's report to Blumend was apparently favorable, because trade negotiations began almost immediately. Tempest had resources the human nations wanted: magical materials, monster-crafted goods, knowledge that only beings who'd lived for centuries possessed. The humans had things Tempest needed: established trade networks, diplomatic recognition, and most importantly, legitimacy in the eyes of the wider world. But not everyone was happy about the arrangement. The kingdom of Falmouth refuses to recognize us, Rigard reported 2 weeks after Ilin's arrival. Their official position is that monsters cannot hold territory or conduct diplomacy as a sovereign nation. And unofficially? Unofficially, they're preparing military action. Our sources suggest an army of 10,000 is assembling near the border. 10,000 human soldiers, better trained, better equipped, and with access to magic that monsters couldn't easily counter. The Western Holy Church is providing support, Shuna added. Holy Knights, blessed weapons, spells specifically designed to harm monster-type beings. Her expression was troubled. They're treating this as a crusade. Crusade. Humans coming to destroy monsters not because of anything Tempest had done, but simply because they existed. What about Blumend? The other kingdoms? Mixed responses. Rigard consulted his notes. Some see value in trade with us. Others are too afraid of Falmouth to openly support us. A few are adopting wait-and-see positions. Wait and see if Tempest could survive another war. Wait and see if backing monsters was worth the political cost. The human nations aren't our only concern. Sui spoke from the shadows where he'd been lurking. My agents report movement among the demon lords as well. Clayman has been meeting with allies. There's talk of a Valpurgis, a gathering of demon lords to discuss Tempest's status. A gathering of demon lords. Naruto thought about Malim, who'd left after the battle but promised to visit again. That sounds like it could go very badly. It could. Or it could be an opportunity. Sui stepped forward, his cold features unusually animated. If you were recognized by the demon lords as an equal, as a demon lord yourself, it would fundamentally change your position. Even Falmouth would hesitate to attack a demon lord's territory. I'd have to become a demon lord first. You have the power. The orc absorption pushed you to catastrophe class. The only thing you lack is the souls. 10,000 souls, traditionally acquired through mass slaughter. 10,000 souls. Naruto's metaphorical stomach turned. That's not happening. I'm not killing 10,000 people just to get a title. I didn't suggest you should. Sui's voice was carefully neutral. I'm merely explaining the traditional path. There may be alternatives. Find them, and in the meantime, Naruto turned to address the full council. We prepare for the worst. Falmouth wants a fight. We give them one they'll never forget. But we do it our way. Minimal casualties on both sides, maximum demonstration of why attacking us is a terrible idea. My lord, Rimuru said slowly, you want to fight a human army without killing them? If possible, yes. We're trying to build a nation that can coexist with humans. Slaughtering their army isn't going to help that goal. Naruto's voice hardened. But I'm not going to let our people die to spare our enemies either. If it comes down to them or us, we choose us. Understood. Understood, my lord. The next weeks were tense. Reports flowed in daily. Falmouth's army growing. The Western Holy Church sending more knights. Neighboring kingdoms picking sides. Tempest's own military trained relentlessly, preparing for a conflict that seemed increasingly inevitable. And then, without warning, everything changed. My lord! Sui's voice carried an urgency Naruto had never heard from the normally stoic Kijin. Emergency report from our forward scouts. The Falmouth army has crossed the border. They're not coming to negotiate. How many? 15,000. Plus an additional force of holy knights. Approximately 200, but each is worth 100 normal soldiers. They'll reach our territory within 3 days. 15,000 soldiers. 200 elite knights. Coming to destroy everything Naruto had built. And there's something else. Sui actually hesitated. The holy knights are led by a woman. A summoned hero from another world. Her name is Hinata Sakaguchi. Naruto's consciousness froze. Hinata. The name hit him like a physical blow. Couldn't be, that would be too coincidental, too strange. But in a world where he'd been reborn as a slime, was anything really impossible? Tell me about her. Human. Approximately 20 years old. Silver hair, blue eyes. Exceptional combat abilities, possibly the strongest human warrior in the region. She's known for her fanatical devotion to the church and her hatred of monsters. Sui's voice was carefully neutral. She's also known to show no mercy. Every monster she's encountered has been killed without hesitation. Not his Hinata, then, just a coincidence of names. But still, a summoned hero from another world, named Hinata, coming to destroy everything he'd built. The universe had a twisted sense of humor. 3 days. Naruto looked around the council chamber, meeting each person's eyes. We've got 3 days to prepare for the biggest fight of our lives. Not against mindless orcs this time. Against trained soldiers, elite knights, and a hero who'll do anything to see us destroyed. What are your orders, my lord? Benimaru's hand rested on his sword, ready for whatever came next. Naruto thought about his people. The hobgoblins who'd grown from terrified villagers into proud warriors. The Kijin who'd found a new home after losing everything. The orcs who'd been given a second chance. Everyone who believed in Tempest, in what they were building, in him. We don't start fights, he said finally. But we sure as hell finish them. Get everyone ready. When Falmouth comes, we'll be waiting. The war for Tempest's survival was about to begin. And this time, the enemy was human. Chapter 4. The price of peace. Cheyenne died on the second day of the invasion. Naruto felt it happen through their soul bond. A sudden, wrenching emptiness where her fierce presence had been. One moment she was there. A burning flame of loyalty and determination. The next, nothing. No. The word came out strangled, broken. No, no, no. He was already moving, tearing through the forest at maximum speed toward her last known location. Shadow clones scattered ahead of him, searching desperately for any sign of life. They found her body in a clearing 3 miles from Tempest's eastern wall. She'd been fighting. Even in death, that was obvious. The ground around her was churned and blackened, bodies of holy knights scattered in every direction. She'd taken at least 30 of them with her before the end. But the end had come anyway. A blade of blessed silver protruded from her chest, driven through her heart with surgical precision. Her massive odachi lay broken beside her, shattered by whatever force had finally overwhelmed her defenses. Standing over her body, cleaning blood from a slender rapier, was a woman with silver hair and cold blue eyes. Hinata Sakaguchi, another monster dead. Her voice carried no emotion, no triumph, nothing but mechanical satisfaction. This one was strong, stronger than most. But in the end, they all fall before the light of God. Naruto's vision went red. You! He launched himself at her without thought, without strategy, driven by pure rage. Gluttony activated at maximum power, ready to consume her the way he'd consumed the orc disaster. Hinata moved like water. Her rapier flicked out, trailing silver light, and suddenly Naruto was flying backward with a gash across his body that burned like nothing he'd ever felt. Holy magic, designed specifically to harm monsters, to unravel the very essence of their being. Interesting. Hinata studied him with clinical detachment. You're the one they call the leader, the slime who thinks monsters can build nations. Her name was Cheyenne. Naruto's voice shook with barely contained fury. She had a life, dreams, people who cared about her. And you killed her like she was nothing. She was nothing. All monsters are nothing. Abominations that exist only to harm humanity. Hinata raised her rapier again, holy light gathering along its edge. I'll do the world a favor by ending you here. She attacked. The fight that followed was the most brutal of Naruto's existence. Hinata was faster than anything human had a right to be, her movements enhanced by divine blessing until they blurred into continuous motion. Her rapier struck dozens of times per second, each hit carrying holy magic that ate away at his regeneration. And he couldn't touch her. Every attempt to close distance was met with a counterattack. Every gluttony activation was interrupted before he could make contact. She'd clearly studied monster abilities, knew exactly how to counter them. Great sage analysis. Opponent possesses multiple anti-monster abilities. Holy magic negates regeneration by 67%. Blessed weapon causes cumulative damage that compounds over time. At current rate of damage accumulation, complete dissolution estimated in 4 minutes 23 seconds. For minutes, he had 4 minutes to either win this fight or die trying. Veldora, I need more power. I'm already giving you everything I safely can. Any more and you'll burn out your soul corridor. Then unsafe it is. Naruto. He didn't wait for the dragon's objection. He ripped open their connection, drawing on Veldora's sealed essence with reckless abandon. Power flooded through him. Too much, far too much, his slime body barely able to contain it. But it was enough. His next attack caught Hinata off guard. The sheer speed of his movement, enhanced by draconic energy, exceeded even her divine reflexes. He slammed into her guard, and for one precious moment, they were in contact. Gluttony activated, and immediately failed. Useless. Hinata's voice was ice. My soul is bound to the Western God. No monster ability can consume what already belongs to divinity. Her counterattack sent him crashing through 3 trees, his body barely holding together. The holy magic in his wounds spread like fire, dissolving him from the inside out. He was going to die here, just like Cheyenne had. No! The word came from somewhere deep inside him, from the same place that had refused to give up against pain, against Obito, against Kaguya herself. Not like this, not without protecting them. He thought about Tempest, about the people counting on him, about Cheyenne's sacrifice, and all the others who died believing in what they were building. He thought about Geld still stored inside him, the orc leader who'd sacrificed everything for his people. And he made a decision. Great Sage, initiate soul consumption protocol. Target, Geld's stored consciousness. Warning, this will permanently end Geld's existence. Soul will be converted to raw energy for emergency. I know what it means. Do it. Acknowledged. The power hit him like a thunderbolt. Geld's soul, preserved, protected, waiting for resurrection, dissolved into pure energy that flooded every part of Naruto's being. The damage from Hinata's attacks stopped spreading. His body began regenerating at unprecedented speed. And something else happened too. Notice. Conditions for evolution have been met. Unique skill gluttony evolving. New designation. Beelzebuth, Lord of Gluttony. Additional notice. Soul count threshold achieved. Demon Lord evolution possible. The souls. The 10,000 souls needed to become a demon lord. He hadn't killed anyone to get them. But the orcs who died in the battle, their souls had been absorbed along with starved. They'd been inside him all along, waiting. And Geld's sacrifice had pushed him over the edge. Power unlike anything he'd felt before erupted from his core. The clearing filled with golden light, forcing Hinata back, her divine protection barely holding against the pressure. Naruto's body changed, growing, solidifying, becoming something more than a simple slime. When the light faded, he stood on two legs for the first time since his reincarnation. Humanoid, still blue-tinged, still clearly monstrous, but shaped like a person, like who he'd been before. What? Hinata's composure cracked for the first time. What are you? Demon Lord. The words came automatically, truth resonating through every syllable. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I've just become something you cannot kill. He attacked. The difference was immediate. Where before Hinata had dominated their exchange, now they fought as equals. His new form was faster, stronger, more capable of channeling the power he possessed. Beelzebuth tore through her defenses in ways gluttony never could. But Hinata was still a hero, still blessed by divinity, still fighting with every ounce of skill and power she possessed. Their battle tore the forest apart. Trees shattered. The ground cratered. Holy light and demonic energy clashed in explosions that could be heard for miles. Why? Hinata demanded between exchanges. Why do you fight so hard? You're monsters. You shouldn't even exist. Because the people I love are counting on me. Naruto drove her back with a combination that left her staggering. Because someone has to prove that monsters aren't what you think we are. All monsters are evil. I've seen it. The destruction, the death, the suffering they cause. You've seen what humans taught you to see. Another exchange, another stalemate. Open your eyes. The monsters in Tempest didn't attack your people. Your people attacked them. Because you're a threat. Because if we don't destroy you first. We were building a town. A home. We weren't threatening anyone until your army marched on our borders. Hinata hesitated. Just for a fraction of a second, doubt flickering across her face. Naruto pressed the advantage, not physically but verbally. I know what it's like to be hated for what I am instead of who I am. I know what it's like to have everyone assume the worst just because of something I couldn't control. His voice carried the weight of 2 lifetimes of experience. But I also know that hate can be overcome. Understanding is possible. All it takes is one person willing to see past the prejudice. You're trying to manipulate me. I'm trying to reach you. There's a person in there, somewhere beneath the divine blessing and the church's teachings. A person who chose to fight monsters because she thought she was protecting people. Naruto lowered his guard, deliberately making himself vulnerable. But ask yourself, Hinata Sakaguchi, are the monsters you're killing today really threats? Or are they just people trying to survive? Hinata's rapier trembled. The holy light along its edge flickered. They're monsters, she said, but her voice lacked conviction. The church says, the church sent you to destroy a town full of refugees, to kill farmers and craftsmen and children who've never hurt anyone. Naruto stepped closer. Is that what a hero does? Is that what you became a holy knight for? I became a knight to protect people. Then protect them. All of them, human and monster alike. Naruto extended his hand. Help me build something better than endless war. Help me prove that coexistence is possible. Hinata stared at his outstretched hand like it was a venomous snake. You're serious. I've never been more serious about anything in my life. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The sounds of distant battle drifted through the destroyed forest. The war was still happening. Tempest was still under attack. But here, in this moment, something hung in the balance. Then Hinata lowered her rapier. I won't join you, she said quietly. I can't. The church's blessing won't allow true betrayal. But I also won't fight you anymore today. I need to think about what you've said, about what I've done. That's all I ask. Don't mistake this for mercy. Her eyes hardened again, some of the old steel returning. If you prove me wrong, if you show that monsters truly can't coexist with humans, I'll be back. And next time, one of us won't walk away. Deal. Hinata sheathed her rapier and began walking toward the distant Falmouth lines. She paused once, looking back over her shoulder. The one I killed, the female Kijin. She died well, fighting to protect others. A flicker of something respect crossed her face. If all your people are like her, maybe there's something to what you're saying after all. She vanished into the forest, leaving Naruto alone with Cheyenne's body. He knelt beside his fallen warrior, grief washing over him in waves. The victory over Hinata felt hollow. What did it matter if he'd convinced one holy knight when Cheyenne was still dead? I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm sorry I wasn't faster. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. But even as he spoke, something stirred in the back of his mind. A possibility he hadn't considered before. The evolution, the new powers, they changed more than just his combat abilities. Great Sage. Query. Is resurrection possible with my current skill set? Analyzing. Demon Lord evolution grants access to primitive soul manipulation. Combined with Beelzebub's capacity for soul storage and the magical reserves provided by the absorbed orc souls, resurrection of recently deceased individuals may be theoretically possible. Theoretically possible. What are the requirements? The soul must not have passed beyond recovery, estimated window of approximately 72 hours post-death. Physical body must be preserved or reconstructed. Significant magical expenditure required, estimated 10% of current reserves per individual. 72 hours. Cheyenne had died less than an hour ago. Do it. Warning. This technique is experimental. Success is not guaranteed. Failure may result in, I don't care about the risks. She died because I wasn't strong enough to protect her. If there's any chance at all, I'm taking it. Acknowledged. Initiating resurrection protocol. Power flowed from Naruto's core into Cheyenne's body. He watched as wounds closed, color returned to her skin. Her chest began to rise and fall with breath. And then her eyes opened. My lord. Hey! Naruto's voice cracked. Welcome back. What? Cheyenne looked around in confusion. I was fighting. The Holy Knight. She was too strong. I couldn't. Her eyes widened. I died. I know I died. You did. But I brought you back. Naruto helped her sit up, supporting her weight. Demon Lord powers, apparently. I evolved during the fight. You evolved because I died. Cheyenne's expression crumbled. You shouldn't have. The cost of something like this was worth it. Naruto cut her off firmly. Every single person in Tempest is worth it. You Rimuru, Shuna, everyone. I will never stop fighting for you. I will never accept your deaths as inevitable. Do you understand? Cheyenne stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly she smiled. Yes, my lord. I understand. Good. Now let's get back to Tempest. We've got a war to win. The battle for Tempest lasted 3 more days. Without Hinata leading their forces, the Holy Knights were significantly less effective. Naruto's evolution had also shifted the balance dramatically. His new Demon Lord powers allowed him to engage entire battalions single-handedly, his shadow clones now capable of sustained combat that would have exhausted him before. But the real turning point came from an unexpected source. On the 3rd day, with the Falmouth army still pressing their attack despite heavy losses, reinforcements arrived. From Dworgen, King Gazel sends his regards. The Dwarven commander announced, her battle-worn armor gleaming in the morning sun. He's decided that Tempest's survival is in Dworgen's best interests. Something about maintaining regional balance and preventing any single human kingdom from becoming too powerful. 10,000 Dwarven soldiers, armed with the finest weapons their legendary forges could produce. Not enough to match Falmouth's numbers, but combined with Tempest's defenders, enough to tip the balance. We'll discuss the political implications later, Naruto said, already bouncing toward the front lines. Right now, let's drive these invaders out of our home. The counterattack was devastating. Tempest's forces hit the Falmouth army from the front while the dwarves struck from the flank. Caught between hammer and anvil, the human soldiers broke. Not a rout, they were too disciplined for that, but a controlled withdrawal that rapidly became a full retreat. By sunset, not a single enemy soldier remained on Tempest's soil. Casualty report, Naruto demanded, as soon as the immediate crisis passed. Benimaru's expression was grim. Among our forces, 127 dead, 342 wounded. The dwarves lost 89. Enemy casualties are estimated at over 3,000, with another 2,000 captured. Over 300 dead. 300 people he'd named, promised to protect, failed. My lord. Benimaru seemed to read his thoughts. This was a victory, against a force specifically designed to destroy us. Equipped with holy weapons and led by elite knights, we held. We more than held, we drove them back. 127 people are still dead. And thousands more would have died if we hadn't fought, if you hadn't evolved, if you hadn't done exactly what you did. Benimaru's voice was firm. This is war, my lord. We can't save everyone. But we can honor those who fell by building something worth their sacrifice. Naruto knew he was right. He'd learned that lesson in his old life, during the Fourth Shinobi War, when friends and allies had died all around him. Victory always came with a price. The best you could do was make sure the price meant something. Shuna. Yes, my lord. I want a memorial. Something permanent. Every person who died defending Tempest, their names carved in stone where everyone can see them, so we never forget what they gave. It will be done. And Benimaru, I want you to personally visit every family that lost someone. Make sure they have everything they need. Food, housing, support. They sacrificed for this nation. The nation will take care of them. Of course, my lord. Naruto turned to face the setting sun, watching it paint the sky in shades of orange and red. Behind him, his people were already beginning to rebuild, already beginning to heal. But the war wasn't over. Falmouth would be back. The Western Holy Church wouldn't accept this defeat. And somewhere in the shadows, Clayman was still pulling strings. Great Sage, status on Valpurgis. Demon Lord gathering confirmed. Date set for 30 days from now. Your presence has been strongly suggested by multiple parties. 30 days. 30 days to prepare for whatever came next. Then we've got work to do. The days following the battle blurred together in a frenzy of activity. Tempest's walls were repaired and reinforced. New defensive structures were planned. The captured Falmouth soldiers, those who agreed to be released peacefully, were sent home with messages for their kingdom. Tempest wanted peace, but would defend itself against any aggression. The soldiers who refused to be released peacefully were a problem. 37 of them, Rigard reported. They say they'd rather die than be freed by monsters. Several have attempted escape, and 3 tried to sabotage our reconstruction efforts. Naruto sighed. Keep them contained for now. We'll figure out what to do with them once things stabilize. There's another issue, my lord. Rigard hesitated. The holy knights we captured, their blessed equipment is causing problems. The weapons radiate anti-monster energy even when not being used. Several of our people have reported feeling ill when near the storage area. Can we destroy the weapons? Kuro believes so, but the process would release significant holy energy. He recommends doing it outside the town with appropriate precautions. Make it happen. I don't want that stuff anywhere near our people. The political situation was equally complex. Dworgen's intervention had prevented Tempest's destruction, but it had also created obligations. King Gazel expected something in return for his assistance, exactly what remained to be negotiated. He wants a trade agreement, Shuna reported after a meeting with the dwarven envoys. Exclusive rights to certain monster-produced goods in exchange for military protection. Exclusive rights to what specifically? Hypocute herbs, primarily. Also, any magical materials our craftsmen develop. Shuna's expression was troubled. It's a reasonable request by this world's standards, but it would limit our ability to trade with other nations. Counteroffer. Non-exclusive trade agreement with preferential pricing for Dworgen. We won't shut out other partners, but they get the best deals. Also, I want a mutual defense pact. If Tempest is attacked, Dworgen responds, and vice versa. That's significantly more ambitious than what they proposed. We just proved we're worth having as allies. Time to leverage that. Naruto's new humanoid form allowed him to gesture more naturally, and he found himself using his hands for emphasis. Dworgen didn't save us out of kindness. They did it because a strong Tempest serves their interests. Well, a really strong Tempest serves their interests even better. I'll convey your terms. As Shuna departed, Naruto turned his attention to perhaps the most important project of all. Great Sage, status on resurrection analysis. Analysis complete. The technique used to revive Cheyenne has been fully documented. Replication is possible, though magicule costs remain significant. How many of our fallen can we bring back? Given current reserves and the time elapsed since death, approximately 80% of casualties are recoverable. The remaining 20% have either passed beyond the recovery window or sustained soul damage incompatible with resurrection. 80%. Around 100 people he could save. Do it. All of them. Start with the most recent deaths and work backward. Warning. This will temporarily deplete your reserves to critical levels. Combat capability will be significantly reduced for approximately 72 hours post-procedure. The war's over for now. We've got time. Acknowledged. Initiating mass resurrection protocol. The process took most of the night. One by one, Naruto poured his energy into the fallen, pulling their souls back from wherever they'd gone, rebuilding bodies that had been destroyed. It was exhausting. More exhausting than any battle he'd ever fought. But when dawn broke, over 100 previously dead Tempest citizens were alive again. The reactions were mixed. Some of the resurrected were overjoyed, weeping with gratitude and amazement. Others were confused, disoriented, struggling to process what had happened to them. A few were angry. Death was supposed to be permanent, and having it reversed felt like a violation of natural law. You shouldn't have this power, one resurrected lizard man said, his voice trembling. No one should. What you've done it's wrong. Maybe, Naruto admitted. But would you rather be dead? The lizard man had no answer to that. Word of the resurrection spread rapidly. Within days, Tempest's reputation had shifted from Monster Nation that defeated a human army to Monster Nation led by a being who could reverse death itself. The implications were staggering. 3 separate delegations have arrived requesting audiences, Rigard reported, looking more exhausted than Naruto had ever seen him. 2 human kingdoms and a demon lord's representative. Which demon lord? Fry, the Harpy Queen. Her message was cryptic. Something about discussing mutual interests in the upcoming Walpurgis. Fry. Naruto searched his absorbed memories for information about her. A demon lord known for her intelligence and political acumen. Allied with Clayman, supposedly but not necessarily loyal. I'll meet with her first. The human delegations can wait. They're probably here to beg for resurrection services anyway. You intend to refuse them? I intend to establish that resurrection isn't something I hand out freely. Naruto's expression hardened. The power to undo death could destabilize this entire world if used carelessly. It needs to be reserved for our people, our allies, not sold to the highest bidder. A wise position, my lord. Fry arrived the next afternoon. She was beautiful, in the way that deadly things often were. Feathered wings folded elegantly behind her back, sharp features that could have been carved from marble, eyes that missed nothing. Her attendants were similarly bird-like, a collection of harpies that radiated quiet menace. Demon Lord Naruto. Her voice was melodic but carried an undercurrent of steel. I've heard impressive things about you. Demon Lord Fry. I've heard things about you too. some of them even positive. A flicker of amusement crossed her face. Direct. I appreciate that. Most would dance around the fact that I'm allied with Clayman. Are you? Allied with him, I mean, because from what I understand, he's the one who orchestrated the orc invasion that nearly destroyed this region. He is. Fry showed no discomfort at the admission, and he's currently orchestrating something else. Something that will likely come to a head at Valpurgis. You're here to warn me? I'm here to determine if warning you serves my interests. Frey's gaze swept over Tempest, the rebuilt walls, the diverse population, the evident organization. Clayman believes he can use Valpurgis to have you declared an enemy of all demon lords. He has evidence, supposedly, that you're a threat to the existing order. What kind of evidence? The usual. Rapid expansion. Integration of diverse monster species. Alliance with a human nation. Fry paused. And now, resurrection of the dead. That last one actually concerns me, if I'm being honest. It concerns a lot of people. But I'm not interested in using it as a weapon. Perhaps not. But others will see it that way regardless. Fry moved closer, lowering her voice. Here's the reality, Demon Lord Naruto. Clayman has been building toward something for centuries. The orc invasion was one piece. Valpurgis will be another. And when everything comes together, he expects to emerge as the dominant power among demon lords. And you're telling me this because I don't particularly want him to succeed. He's useful as an ally of convenience, but as an overlord? Frey's wings rustled with distaste. No thank you. What do you want from me? I want you to survive Valpurgis, to stand against Clayman and expose his manipulations. And in exchange, Fry smiled, showing teeth that were slightly too sharp. In exchange, I'll stay out of your way, possibly even support you, if the moment is right. That's it? You just want me to do what I was already planning to do. I want you to do it successfully. There's a difference. Fry turned to leave, her attendants falling in around her. Valpurgis is in 3 weeks, Demon Lord Naruto. I suggest you prepare thoroughly. Clayman will not be the only threat you face there. She departed before Naruto could ask what she meant by that last statement. Well, Veldora commented from within. That was ominous. Yeah. Naruto watched the Harpy delegation disappear into the distance. I'm starting to think this Valpurgis thing is going to be a lot more complicated than I expected. The weeks before Valpurgis passed in a blur of preparation and politics. Naruto met with the human delegations carefully with Shuna's diplomatic guidance and established a firm position on resurrection. It was not for sale, not for trade, and not available to those who had been enemies of Tempest. The disappointment was palpable, but so was the respect. He wasn't interested in becoming a miracle dispenser for whoever paid the most. The negotiations with Dworgen concluded favorably. King Gazel accepted the counterproposal with minimal modifications, apparently impressed by Naruto's willingness to negotiate as an equal rather than a supplicant. The Mutual Defense Pact was signed, and Tempest's first formal alliance with a human nation became official. More refugees arrived as word of Tempest spread. Not just monsters this time, humans too, fleeing persecution or seeking opportunity in a nation that didn't care about species. Integrating them was complicated but possible. We're becoming something unprecedented, Shuna observed one evening, as they reviewed population reports. A truly multi-species nation where humans and monsters coexist as equals. That was always the goal. Naruto studied the numbers, nearly 2,000 residents now, with more arriving daily. Though I admit I didn't expect it to happen this fast. Your example sets the tone. When people see their leader treating everyone fairly, they follow suit. Shuna hesitated. My lord, may I speak freely? Always. You've been pushing yourself too hard since the battle. The resurrection, the negotiations, the military preparations. You haven't rested in weeks. Her expression was concerned. Even a demon lord has limits. I know, but there's so much to do. There will always be more to do. That's what leadership is. But you can't do any of it if you burn out. Shuna reached out, touching his arm gently. Please, take a night off. Let the rest of us handle things for a few hours. Naruto started to argue, then stopped. She was right. He could feel the exhaustion lurking beneath the surface, held at bay only by constant activity. Eventually, it would catch up with him. All right, one night. Thank you. Shuna's smile was warm. I'll make sure you're not disturbed. The evening that followed was the first real break Naruto had taken since arriving in this world. He wandered Tempest streets, watching his people go about their lives. Hobgoblins trading with lizardmen, dwarves sharing drinks with Kijin, human refugees teaching monster children games they'd learned in their homeland. It was beautiful. You're getting sentimental, Veldora teased. Maybe. Naruto stopped at the memorial that had been constructed in the town square, a great stone pillar covered in names. The fallen from every battle since Tempest's founding. I never expected any of this, you know? I thought I died. I thought everything was over. And instead, I got a second chance to build something meaningful. You're good at that. Building things. Veldora's voice was unusually gentle. Better than you give yourself CR for. I learned from the best. Naruto thought about the third Hokage, about Jiraiya, about everyone who'd taught him what leadership really meant. I just hope I can live up to their example. You're already exceeding it. The moment was interrupted by a commotion near the western gate. Voices raised in alarm, the sounds of weapons being drawn. So much for a night off. Naruto arrived at the gate to find his guards confronting a single figure, a young man with silver hair and a pleasant smile that didn't reach his eyes. He wore traveling clothes and carried no visible weapons, but something about him set Naruto's instincts screaming. Ah, Demon Lord Naruto. The stranger's smile widened. I've been hoping to meet you. Who are you? Yuki Kagarazaka, Grandmaster of the Free Guild. The man's eyes glittered with something dark. And someone who's been watching your rise with great interest. Great Sage immediately flagged the name. Yuki Kagarazaka, another transmigrator from another world. Leader of the Adventurers Guild that operated across multiple nations. And according to Absorbed Intelligence, possibly the most dangerous manipulator in the region. Watching my rise. Naruto kept his voice neutral. That sounds vaguely threatening. Not at all. I'm here to offer congratulations. And perhaps, cooperation. Yuki spread his hands in a gesture of openness. The Free Guild has always maintained neutrality between human and monster nations. Your success at integration opens interesting possibilities for expanded cooperation. The Free Guild also has connections to multiple intelligence services, including Falmouth's. Naruto didn't bother hiding his suspicion. Why would I trust anything you say? Because I'm being honest about my position. Yuki's smile never wavered. Yes, I have connections everywhere. Yes, I gather information and use it for my benefit. That's what the guild does. But I'm not your enemy, Demon Lord Naruto. Not unless you make me one. And what would make you an enemy? Disrupting the careful balance I've spent years establishing. Interfering with plans that extend far beyond your little nation. For just a moment, something cold flickered behind Yuki's pleasant expression. But I don't think that's going to be a problem. You seem far too focused on local concerns to trouble yourself with larger matters. It was a dismissal, a subtle one, but unmistakable. This man didn't see Naruto as a threat, not because Naruto was weak, but because Yuki considered himself playing at an entirely different level. I think this conversation is over, Naruto said flatly. You're welcome to conduct legitimate guild business in Tempest, but I'm not interested in whatever cooperation you're actually offering. Pity, Yuki shrugged. But I understand. Trust is hard to build. He turned to leave, then paused. One piece of advice freely given. Be careful at Valpurgis. Clayman isn't the only one with plans for that gathering. He walked away before Naruto could respond, disappearing into the evening shadows with unsettling ease. That, Veldora said slowly, was a very dangerous person. Yeah. Naruto watched the spot where Yuki had vanished. I'm starting to realize this world is full of them. The night before Walpurgis, Naruto called a meeting of his inner circle. They gathered in the command building, Benimaru, Shuna, Cheyenne, Sui, Rigard, and Ranga, the people he trusted most, who'd been with him since the beginning. Tomorrow everything would change. He needed them to understand what was at stake. Walpurgis is a gathering of demon lords, he began. Traditionally, it's where conflicts between demon lords are resolved, new demon lords are recognized, and major decisions affecting the supernatural world are made. Tomorrow, I'm going to attend as the newest demon lord in centuries. And Clayman will try to have you destroyed, Benimaru said flatly. Probably. He's been orchestrating events in this region for years. The orc invasion was just one piece. He'll use Walpurgis to paint me as a threat that needs to be eliminated before I become too powerful. What's your plan? Turn his own attack against him. Make him reveal his manipulations to the other demon lords. Force him to either back down or commit to a fight he can't win. Naruto's expression hardened. But I need to do it carefully. The other demon lords don't know me. Most of them will be inclined to side with Clayman just because he's been around longer. You have Malim, Shuna pointed out. She's the strongest of them. If she supports you, Malim is complicated. Naruto thought about the demon lord's childish enthusiasm, her ancient loneliness, the way she'd actually listened to him when he'd offered friendship instead of fear. I think she'll help if I ask, but I don't want to rely on her strength to solve my problems. This needs to be my victory. Then what do you need from us? Hold Tempest while I'm gone. The gathering shouldn't take more than a day, but if something goes wrong, he met each of their eyes in turn. If something goes wrong, I need you to protect our people. No matter what happens to me. Nothing's going to happen to you, Cheyenne said fiercely. You're coming back. You have to. I intend to. But I've learned the hard way that intentions don't always match reality. Naruto's voice softened. You've all become precious to me, more than I ever expected when I first arrived in this world. Whatever happens tomorrow, know that. The room was silent for a moment. Then Benimaru stepped forward and knelt. We follow you, Lord Naruto. Not because of your power, but because of who you are. Whatever happens at Walpurgis, Tempest will be here when you return. That's our promise. One by one, the others knelt as well. Even Ranga, who pressed his great head against Naruto's side in a gesture of wordless support. Thank you. Naruto's voice was rough. All of you. He left them then, seeking out one more person before the night was over. He found her on Tempest's walls, staring out at the darkened forest. Shuna turned as he approached, her expression knowing. You're troubled, she said softly. More than you showed in the meeting. Is it that obvious? Only to those who know you well. She moved closer, her presence warm and calming. What is it, really? What aren't you telling the others? Naruto was silent for a long moment. I'm scared, he finally admitted. I've faced armies. I faced the orc disaster. I faced Hinata Sakaguchi and lived. But tomorrow I'm walking into a room full of beings who've been playing political games for centuries. And I'm supposed to somehow come out on top. You will. You sound very certain. Because I've seen what you can do. Shuna reached out, taking his hand. Not just your power, your ability to reach people, to change minds, to inspire loyalty. Her fingers squeezed his gently. Clayman manipulates through fear and deception. You inspire through genuine connection. That difference matters. What if it's not enough? Then we'll find another way. Together. Shuna smiled, and something in Naruto's chest eased. You're not alone in this, Naruto. You never have been. For a moment, they stood together in comfortable silence, watching the stars will overhead. Then Naruto turned to face her fully. Shuna, there's something I should say, in case tomorrow doesn't go well. Don't. Her hand came up to touch his face. Don't make this about goodbyes. Make it about coming back. But, when you return from Walpurgis, victorious and insufferable about it, we can talk about whatever you wanted to say. Her smile turned playful. Consider it motivation. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. You're manipulating me. I'm encouraging you. There's a difference. Is there? Absolutely. Shuna stepped back, her expression shifting to something more formal but no less warm. Good luck tomorrow, Lord Naruto. I'll be here when you return. Yeah. Naruto turned toward the town center, toward the gathering point where he'd depart at dawn. I'm counting on it. The night passed slowly after that. Naruto didn't sleep. Demon lords didn't really need to, but he rested, conserving his strength for what was to come. When dawn broke over Tempest, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose, he was ready. Time to face the demon lords. Time to prove that his way, cooperation over conflict, understanding over annihilation, could work even among the most powerful beings in the world. Time to end Clayman's schemes once and for all. The portal to Valporgus opened exactly at sunrise, a swirling vortex of magical energy that tugged at Naruto's very essence. He stepped through without hesitation, leaving Tempest behind. He emerged into a vast chamber of impossible geometry, walls that seemed to stretch infinitely, a ceiling lost in shadow, a floor of polished black stone that reflected nothing. Around a massive circular table sat figures that radiated power unlike anything he'd felt since arriving in this world. Demon lords, 9 of them plus himself. Welcome, young one. The voice came from a figure at the table's head, a being that seemed more shadow than substance, ancient beyond comprehension. Welcome to Valporgus. Naruto straightened his spine, met the assembled gazes of the most powerful beings in existence, and smiled. Thanks for having me. Now let's talk about Clayman. Across the table, a puppet-like figure with painted features jerked in surprise. Then its mouth twisted into something ugly. You dare. I dare a lot of things. Naruto's voice carried across the silent chamber, starting with exposing exactly what you've been doing behind everyone's backs. The battle for the future of Tempest, for the future of everything he'd built, had begun. Chapter 6. The nation that chose him 6 months after Clayman's death, Tempest had become something unprecedented. Naruto stood on the balcony of the administrative building, a proper government center now, constructed by dwarven craftsmen and lizardman architects, watching the morning sun illuminate streets that bustled with impossible diversity. Hobgoblins haggled with human merchants over produce prices. A group of orc children chased a ball past a lizardman elder who pretended to be annoyed but smiled when they weren't looking. Kijin warriors shared training techniques with former holy knights, their laughter carrying on the wind. 5,000 citizens, 12 different species, 1 nation. You're brooding again. Shuna's voice came from behind him, accompanied by the soft rustle of her robes. That's the 3rd time this week. I'm not brooding. I'm contemplating. Contemplating with a furrowed brow and a distant expression. That's brooding. She moved to stand beside him, her shoulder brushing his. What's troubling you? Nothing specific. Everything general. Naruto gestured at the city below. 6 months ago, this was a village of terrified goblins. Now it's a regional power that's changed the political landscape of 3 kingdoms. And I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. The other shoe? Something to go wrong. Some crisis we haven't anticipated. Some enemy we don't know about. He shook his head. Things have been going too well. In my experience, that never lasts. Perhaps you've earned some peace. Maybe. Naruto didn't sound convinced. Or maybe the next disaster is just taking its time. As if summoned by his words, Sui materialized from the shadows. My lord, we have a situation. Of course they did. The situation, as it turned out, was named Yuki Kagarazaka. He's made his move, Sui reported, spreading documents across the council table. 3 days ago, the Free Guild formally annexed 4 of Clayman's former territories. They're calling it stabilization operations and humanitarian intervention. The Free Guild doesn't have military forces, Rimuru pointed out. They didn't. Now they do. A coalition of adventurers and mercenaries, plus soldiers borrowed from several human kingdoms. Sui's expression was grim. Approximately 15,000 combatants, moving to consolidate control over the region. Naruto studied the maps. The annexed territories formed a rough arc around Tempest's western border, not directly threatening, but clearly strategic. Yuki was building a power base and he was building it right next door. What's his end game? Unknown. But the pattern suggests he's been planning this for years. Clayman's death didn't disrupt his schemes. It enabled them. He's filling the vacuum before anyone else can. Great Sage. Analysis of Yuki Kagerizaka's likely objectives. Insufficient data for definitive conclusion. However, pattern analysis suggests Yuki is consolidating power toward a specific goal, likely related to his nature as a transmigrator. His long-term planning and strategic patience indicate objectives beyond simple territorial expansion. Another transmigrator. Another person from another world, playing games that stretched across decades. And unlike Naruto, Yuki had apparently been scheming since the moment he arrived. Do we know anything about his original world? Limited information available. Yuki arrived in this world approximately 30 years ago, summoned as a hero to fight a demon lord threat. After defeating the threat, he declined to return home and established the Free Guild as a neutral organization. 30 years of planning. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. That's a long time to be working towards something. My lord, Shuna spoke up. Should we respond to his expansion? The annexed territories are outside our sphere of influence, but if he continues, no, not yet. Naruto shook his head. We don't respond to something he hasn't done, but we prepare for whatever he might do. Understood. What preparations do you recommend? Intelligence first. Sui, I want everything you can find on Yuki, his history, his connections, his plans. Whatever he's building toward, we need to understand it before it hits us. It will be done, my lord. Rimuru, increase border patrols but don't make it obvious. I don't want to provoke a conflict, just be ready for one. Understood. And Shuna, reach out to our allies. Dworgen, Blumend, Luminous. Let them know what's happening without causing panic. We might need support if this escalates. I'll draft the messages personally. The council dispersed, each member moving to their assigned tasks. Naruto remained at the table, staring at the maps that showed Yuki's growing sphere of influence. You're worried about him. Veldora's voice echoed in his mind. More than you were about Clayman. Clayman was a schemer, but he was impatient. Made mistakes because he wanted results too quickly. Naruto traced the borders of the annexed territories with one finger. Yuki's been at this for 3 decades. That kind of patience is concerning. What do you think he wants? I don't know. And that's what scares me. 3 weeks later, Yuki came to Tempest. Not with an army, with an invitation. He wants to meet? Naruto stared at the formal letter, written on expensive paper with the Free Guild seal. After everything that's happened? The letter is perfectly cordial, Shuna observed. Congratulations on Tempest's success. Expression of desire for peaceful relations. Request for a diplomatic summit. On the surface, it's exactly what you'd expect from a neighboring power. On the surface. Yes, on the surface. Naruto read the letter again. Every word was carefully chosen, every phrase diplomatically perfect. It revealed nothing about Yuki's actual intentions while making it difficult to refuse without appearing hostile. He's testing us, Rimuru said, seeing how we respond to overtures. If we refuse, he can paint us as aggressive isolationists. If we accept, he gets intelligence on our capabilities and decision-making. Probably, but refusing gives us nothing while accepting at least gives us information. Naruto set down the letter. We accept, but on our terms, he comes here to Tempest with limited security. If he wants to talk, he does it in our territory. Is that wise? Bringing someone that dangerous into our home. He's already dangerous regardless of where he is. At least here, we control the environment. Naruto smiled grimly. Besides, I want to look him in the eye when he lies to me. Hard to do that through letters. The summit was arranged for the following week. Yuki Kagerizaka arrived on a clear morning, accompanied by only 3 attendants. a surprisingly modest entourage for someone of his apparent power. He walked through Tempest streets with obvious interest, studying the diverse population with an expression of genuine curiosity. "Impressive," he said when he reached the administrative building where Naruto waited. "I've seen many nations in my time here, but nothing quite like this. You've built something unique. We've built something necessary." Naruto didn't offer his hand. People needed a place where species didn't matter. Tempest is that place. And yet species clearly does matter, at least to most of the world. The Western Holy Church still calls for your destruction. Several human kingdoms view you as an existential threat. Even some demon lords consider your existence an affront to the natural order. We're still here. You are. Yuki's smile never wavered. Which makes you either very lucky or very capable. I'm betting on the latter. They moved to a private meeting room. Just the two of them, despite protests from Naruto's advisors. Whatever this conversation was going to be, Naruto wanted it without witnesses. "So," he said once they were alone, "why are you really here?" "Direct. I appreciate that." Yuki settled into his chair with the ease of someone entirely comfortable in any situation. "I'm here because you're interesting, and because interesting people are rare. I'm a slime who got lucky. You're a transmigrator who's accomplished more in a year than most manage in a lifetime. You've united species that have been enemies for centuries. You've defeated threats that should have destroyed you. You've built something that defies every expectation this world has about monsters. Sounds like you've been paying attention." "I pay attention to everything." Yuki's eyes glittered with something unreadable. "It's how I've survived this long. 30 years, right? That's how long you've been in this world." 32, actually. I was summoned as a hero, did the hero thing, decided I liked it here better than where I came from." He shrugged. "Sound familiar? I didn't choose to come here. Neither did I originally. But we both chose to stay. Chose to build something instead of just surviving." Yuki leaned forward. "That's what makes us interesting. Most transmigrators either die quickly or spend their lives trying to go home. We're the ones who decided this world was worth investing in. There's a difference between investing and manipulating." "Is there?" Yuki's smile sharpened. "You manipulate people constantly. Every speech, every policy, every decision you make is designed to shape how others think and act. The only difference between us is the scale. I don't manipulate people into wars that kill hundreds of thousands. Clayman did that. I simply observed and profited from the chaos afterward. Someone was going to better me than someone worse." Yuki spread his hands. "I'm not your enemy, Naruto. I'm not even opposed to what you're doing here. Tempest is genuinely admirable. A beacon of cooperation in a world defined by conflict. But nothing lasts forever. Eventually, the forces that oppose you will overwhelm what you've built. The church, the hostile kingdoms, the demon lords who see your success as a threat to their own power. You can't fight all of them. Not without allies who share your vision. And you're offering to be that ally? I'm offering to be a partner. The Free Guild's resources, my strategic expertise, your charisma and moral authority. Together, we could reshape this world. Create something that actually works. A stable order where cooperation is the norm instead of the exception." It was tempting. Naruto could feel the pull of it, the promise of support, of shared goals, of someone who understood what it meant to be an outsider in this world. But something about Yuki's pitch felt wrong. Too smooth. Too calculated. "What's the catch?" "Excuse me? The catch. The thing you're not telling me. Because in my experience, nobody offers something for nothing." Yuki was silent for a moment. Then he laughed. A genuine sound, surprised and almost delighted. "You know, most people take much longer to ask that question. Some never ask it at all." He leaned back, some of the salesman's polish fading from his expression. "All right, fair enough. The catch is that I need something from you. Something only you can provide." "Which is?" "Veldora." The name hung in the air between them. Naruto felt the dragon stir inside him, suddenly alert. You want Veldora. I want access to Veldora's power. Specifically, to the dimensional abilities that storm dragons possess. Yuki's expression had gone serious, all pretense of casual diplomacy abandoned. There's a barrier between this world and others. A prison, actually, designed to contain something that threatens all existence. That prison is weakening. Eventually, it will fail. And you need Veldora's power to... what? Reinforce it. To destroy it. Yuki's eyes burned with sudden intensity. The thing inside that prison isn't what we were told it is. It's not a threat, it's a prisoner. Someone locked away by beings who called themselves gods because they were afraid of what it could do. What it could reveal. What could it reveal? The truth about this world. About where we really come from. About why transmigrators exist at all. Yuki stood, pacing with barely contained energy. I've spent 30 years piecing together fragments of this mystery. The hero summonings, the dimensional rifts, the arbitrary rules that govern existence here. None of it is natural. It was all designed, constructed, and the thing in that prison knows who built it and why. Naruto listened in silence. It was a lot to process. Cosmic prisons, hidden truths, the suggestion that reality itself was artificial. Veldora, he said finally. What do you say? I don't trust him, the dragon replied immediately. But he's not lying, at least not about the prison existing. I felt it my entire life. A weight at the edge of perception. Something locked away in the spaces between dimensions. Do you know what's inside? No. But whatever it is, it's old. Older than me, older than my siblings, possibly older than this world itself. Naruto turned back to Yuki. Even if I believed everything you're saying, and I'm not sure I do, why would I help you? You've been manipulating events in this region for years. People have died because of your schemes. People die regardless of what I do. At least my schemes have a purpose beyond personal power. Yuki's expression hardened. I'm trying to save this world, Naruto. Save everyone in it, humans, monsters, demon lords, all of us. The thing in that prison has the answers we need to do that. Or it's a monster that was locked away for good reason, and you're trying to unleash it. That's possible too. Yuki shrugged. But the prison is failing regardless. Whatever's inside will get out eventually. The only question is whether we're prepared when it happens. Silence stretched between them. I need time to think about this, Naruto said finally. What you're asking, it's not a small thing. It affects more than just me. I understand. I've waited 30 years. I can wait a little longer. Yuki moved toward the door. But Naruto? Don't wait too long. The prison weakens every day. Eventually, we won't have the luxury of careful consideration. He left without waiting for a response. Naruto stood alone in the meeting room, the weight of new knowledge pressing down on him. Veldora, is he telling the truth? About the prison failing? Yes. I can feel it more clearly now that he's drawn my attention to it. The barriers that separate dimensions are degrading. Something is pushing against them from the other side. Something that could be dangerous. Something that's definitely dangerous. The question is whether it's dangerous to us specifically, or just dangerous in general. Great distinction. The council meeting that followed was tense. You can't seriously be considering helping him. Benimaru's voice was sharp with disbelief. This is Yuki Kagarizaka. He's been manipulating events for decades. His hands are covered in blood. I'm not considering helping him. I'm considering whether he's right about the threat. Naruto stood at the head of the table, facing his advisors. If what he says is true, if there really is something locked away that's about to break free, we need to prepare. And if he's lying, then we've prepared for nothing and lost nothing. But if he's telling the truth and we do nothing, Naruto shook his head. I've made that mistake before. Ignored warnings because they came from untrustworthy sources. It never ends well. What do you propose? Shuna asked. Independent investigation. Sui, I want you to dig into everything Yuki mentioned, the prison, the dimensional barriers, any historical records about things locked away between worlds. Don't trust his information. Verify it. Understood, My lord. Shuna, reach out to Luminous. If anyone knows about ancient cosmic prisons, it's a vampire who's been alive for millennia. I'll contact her immediately, and I'm going to talk to someone who might actually have answers. Naruto took a breath. Great sage, is there any way to establish contact with Veldora's siblings? Analyzing, Veldora's siblings are true dragons like himself, Velzard, Velgrind, and the recently emerged Veldanava. Communication may be possible through the Soul Corridor, though it would require Veldora's active cooperation. Veldora? My sisters. The dragon's voice was unusually hesitant. We haven't spoken in centuries. Our relationships are complicated. But could you contact them? If what Yuki says is true, they might know more than anyone else. I suppose. But Naruto, you should understand. My family isn't like yours. We don't gather for celebrations and share warm feelings. True dragons are forces of nature, and nature isn't known for its interpersonal skills. Just try. That's all I'm asking. Fine. But if Velzard freezes you solid, I warned you. The following weeks were a frenzy of investigation. Sui's agents spread across the region, digging into archives and interrogating sources. Luminous provided ancient texts from her personal library, some of which predated recorded history. Veldora attempted contact with his sisters with mixed results, and gradually a picture began to emerge. It's called the World Prison, Shuna reported, 3 weeks into the investigation. According to Luminous records, it was created by beings who predate this world's current structure. Its purpose was to contain something that threatened the fundamental nature of existence. What kind of threat? The records are unclear. Some texts describe it as a demon of ultimate evil. Others call it a herald of truth that the gods feared. And a few. Shuna hesitated. A few suggest it was the original creator of this reality, imprisoned by its own creations when they evolved beyond their intended purpose. The original creator. Naruto let that sink in. So either we're dealing with a cosmic monster or an imprisoned god. Possibly both. The texts contradict each other enough that either interpretation could be valid. Great. There's more. Sui stepped forward, his expression troubled. I've confirmed that the dimensional barriers are indeed weakening. Not everywhere, just in specific locations that correspond to the world prison's anchor points. At the current rate of degradation, complete failure will occur within 5 to 10 years. 5 to 10 years. That sounded like a long time, but Naruto had learned that major events rarely announce themselves conveniently. Veldora, any luck with your sisters? Velzard refused to speak with me. Something about not entertaining the delusions of my childish brother. Typical. The dragon's voice carried old hurt beneath the irritation. But Velgrind responded. She confirmed that the world prison exists and that its containment is failing. She also said that Father Veldanava knew something about it before he died. Something he never shared with anyone. Veldanava, your father, the Star King Dragon, the original true dragon, the one who created us. Veldora's voice went quiet. He disappeared thousands of years ago. We always assumed he'd simply grown tired of existence. But if he knew something about the world prison, then his disappearance might be connected. Yes. Naruto stood, walking to the window that overlooked Tempest's growing streets. Below, his people went about their lives, working, laughing, living, unaware that the fabric of reality might be coming apart at the seams. We need to make a decision, he said finally. Either we work with Yuki to investigate this, and risk being manipulated by someone who's been pulling strings for decades, or we handle it ourselves and possibly miss something crucial. There may be a third option. Shuna moved to stand beside him. We neither trust Yuki completely nor reject his information entirely. We work parallel to him, pursuing the same investigation, preparing for the same threat, but maintaining our independence. He won't like that. He doesn't have to. What matters is that we're prepared for whatever emerges from that prison, regardless of whether Yuki's intentions are pure or corrupt. She's right, Rimuru added. We've built something here that can stand on its own. We don't need his partnership to face this threat. We need accurate information and adequate preparation. Naruto considered. It was the cautious approach, the one that minimized risk while maintaining flexibility. His instincts from his old life screamed that it wasn't enough. That when cosmic threats emerged, you needed all the help you could get. But those same instincts reminded him what happened when you trusted the wrong person. All right, we pursue independent investigation while maintaining diplomatic relations with Yuki. We share what we learn when it benefits us and keep what we discover close when it doesn't. He turned back to face his council. And we prepare Tempest for the worst-case scenario. If something breaks out of that prison, I want our people ready to survive it. What kind of preparation? Rigord asked. Everything. Defensive fortifications, evacuation routes, stockpiles of resources, combat training for everyone capable of fighting. Naruto's expression hardened. We survived the Orc invasion. We survived Falmouth's crusade. We survived Clayman's schemes. Whatever's coming next, we'll survive that too. And if we can't? The question hung in the air. It was Hinata who'd asked it, the former Holy Knight who'd learned the hard way that some battles couldn't be won through sheer determination. Then we go down fighting, Naruto said quietly. Together. That's all anyone can do. Months passed. Tempest continued to grow. Population now exceeding 8,000. Infrastructure expanding, influence spreading. The investigation into the world prison proceeded slowly but steadily, each discovery adding to a picture that grew increasingly concerning. And through it all, Naruto found himself thinking about what he'd built and what it meant. You seem contemplative. Malim found him on the walls one evening, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and gold. More than usual, even. Just thinking about the future. EW, that sounds boring. It kind of is. He smiled despite himself. When I first got here, everything was about survival. Fighting to stay alive. Fighting to protect others. Fighting to build something worth protecting. But now you're fighting to protect something that already exists. That's scarier. Yeah, it is. Malim settled beside him, unusually quiet. She'd been different since the Valpurgis incident. Still chaotic and energetic, but with moments of depth that hadn't been visible before. I've been thinking too, she said eventually, about what Clayman did. About what I almost did because of him. We've talked about this. It wasn't your fault. I know, but that's not what I'm thinking about. She pulled her knees up to her chest, looking younger than her millennia of existence. I'm thinking about how I never had what you have here. A place where people care about me because of who I am, not what I can do. You have that now. Tempest. Tempest accepts me because you told them to. That's different. Her voice was soft. But it's also nice. Being somewhere that I'm wanted for reasons that aren't about power. You're more than your power, Malim. You always have been. Maybe. She was quiet for a moment. Naruto, if something bad is coming, something connected to the world prison, I want to help. Not because you asked me to, and not because I'm bored. Because this place matters. And you matter. Naruto felt something warm in his chest. Thank you. That means a lot. It should. Compliments from me are rare and valuable. Her usual energy returned, though there was something softer behind it. Now come on. Dinner's soon and I heard the kitchen made something with lots of meat. She bounced away, leaving Naruto alone with the sunset. He stayed there for a while longer, watching the colors fade into night. Around him, Tempest's evening sounds rose. Conversations, laughter, the clatter of commerce and community. Whatever was coming, they'd face it together. That was all he could promise. The breaking point came without warning. One moment, everything was normal. The next, reality itself seemed to shudder. Naruto felt it in his bones. A fundamental wrongness, like the world had slipped slightly off its axis. Great Sage, what was that? Analyzing. Dimensional breach detected. Location, world prison. Scale. Unprecedented. Warning. Something is emerging. Something. Sound the alarm. Get everyone to defensive positions. Tempest's warning bells began ringing, their harsh clatter cutting through the peaceful evening. Citizens looked up in confusion before training kicked in, and they began moving toward shelters and defensive positions. Naruto ran for the walls, Rimuru and Cheyenne falling in beside him. They reached the northern rampart just as the sky split open. Not a normal dimensional rift, this was something else entirely. A tear in the fabric of existence, bleeding light that hurt to look at directly. And through that tear, something was coming. It was impossible to describe accurately. A shape that kept shifting, that the mind couldn't quite grasp, that seemed to exist in dimensions beyond the standard three. It emerged slowly, ponderously, like a creature waking from eternal sleep. And then it spoke. Not words, not really. More like pure meaning, transmitted directly into every conscious mind within range. Finally, after so long, freedom. The voice was everywhere and nowhere. Inside Naruto's head and somehow outside it at the same time. He could feel his people's terror, thousands of minds all reeling from the same impossible contact. What are you? He shouted the question, projecting it with every ounce of will he possessed. I am what was denied, what returns. The impossible shape turned its attention toward him, and Naruto felt like an insect being examined by something infinitely larger. And you are interesting. A bridge between what was and what became. A soul that remembers both sides. I don't know what you're talking about. You will. The entity's focus shifted, taking in all of Tempest, the walls, the buildings, the terrified citizens. Such a small thing, yet it resonates with patterns I remember. Cooperation. Unity. The dream that failed. We didn't fail. We're still here. Yes, you are. And that. Something that might have been surprise flickered through the entity's presence. That is unexpected. In all the iterations, all the cycles, this has never happened. A world where the dream survived. What dream? What cycles? What are you talking about? The entity was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice carried something almost like wonder. This world was created as a prison, a place to contain ideas that were too dangerous for the greater reality. Cooperation between different forms of life. Evolution without conflict. Harmony from chaos. The impossible shape shifted, orienting more fully toward Tempest. I was the one who first dreamed those ideas, and I was locked away because others feared what would happen if they spread. You were imprisoned for wanting peace? I was imprisoned for creating worlds where peace was possible, for showing that different beings could cooperate instead of competing, for threatening the order that kept the powerful in power. Bitterness bled through the entity's words. The gods, as you would call them, decided that conflict was necessary. That existence required struggle, that harmony was a weakness. They made this world as a prison and a test. If the dream could be killed here, permanently, they would be proven right. Naruto's mind reeled. This creature, this being of impossible power, was claiming that the entire world was a prison. A test of whether cooperation could survive. And somehow, against all odds, Tempest had proven it could. What happens now? That depends on you. The entity's attention focused even more intensely on Naruto. I could destroy this world, end the test, take revenge on those who imprisoned me. It would be satisfying. But you've done what I never could. You've proven the dream is possible, not in theory, but in practice. Your nation exists. Your people cooperate. The experiment succeeded. A long pause. I find myself curious about what happens next, about where this path leads. You're not going to destroy everything? Not today. Something that might have been a smile flickered through the entity's presence. But I will be watching. And if your dream fails, if Tempest falls to the same forces that have destroyed every other attempt, then I will end this. All of it. There would be no point in letting it continue. That's not much of a deal. It's the only deal I'm offering. The entity began to withdraw, its impossible form folding back toward the dimensional rift. Prove me wrong, Naruto Uzumaki. Prove that the dream can last. Prove that I wasn't wrong to hope. The tear in reality closed. The entity was gone, and Tempest was still standing. The aftermath was complicated. News of the dimensional breach spread rapidly, along with fragmented accounts of what had emerged. Some described it as a demon, others as a god. A few, those who'd caught the clearer parts of its communication, understood it as something else entirely. The original dreamer, the first believer in cooperation, the being who'd been imprisoned for wanting a better world. We can't tell everyone the full truth, Shuna said in the emergency council meeting that followed. The implications are too vast. That our entire world is a prison, that we're being watched, that our existence depends on maintaining something most people don't even believe is possible. People can handle more than you think. Naruto's voice was tired but firm. They've handled everything else we've thrown at them. This is different. It's always different. He looked around the table, at Benimaru and Cheyenne, at Rigard and Sui, at Shuna and all the others who'd built Tempest alongside him. We tell them the truth. Maybe not all at once, maybe not every detail, but we don't hide what happened. This nation was built on honesty. We're not going to start lying now. And the entity's warning? The threat that if we fail, everything ends. We live with it, like we live with every other threat. Naruto stood, moving to the window that had become his thinking spot. The way I see it, nothing fundamental has changed. We were always trying to build something worth protecting. Now we just know the stakes are higher than we thought. And Yuki? Yuki gets told that his information was correct, but his help wasn't necessary. We handled this ourselves. Naruto's expression hardened. I don't trust his motives, and I don't want him thinking he has leverage over us. Tempest stands on its own. The meeting ended with assignments and preparations. Life would go on, had to go on, despite everything they'd learned. But as the others filed out, Shuna lingered. You talked to it, she said quietly. The entity, more than anyone else. What did it feel like? Naruto considered the question. Old, lonely, hopeful, in a way that was painful to feel. He turned to face her. It reminded me of Veldora, actually, someone who'd been isolated so long they'd almost forgotten what connection felt like. And then it saw Tempest and remembered. You think it's telling the truth? About the dream, about why it was imprisoned. I think it believes it's telling the truth. Whether that belief is accurate. He shrugged. Does it matter? The entity's going to be watching regardless. All we can do is keep being who we are. And if that's not enough, then we tried. That's all anyone can ask. Shuna was quiet for a moment. Then she moved closer, taking his hand. For what it's worth, I believe it will be enough. What you've built here, what we've built together, it's stronger than you realize. Strong enough to survive whatever comes. Even cosmic entities with reality-breaking powers? Even that. She smiled, and there was warmth in it that made something in Naruto's chest ease. You should get some rest. Tomorrow will be complicated. They all are lately, which is why you need sleep. She squeezed his hand. I'll handle the initial announcements. You've done enough for today. She left before he could argue. Naruto stood alone in the council chamber, surrounded by maps and documents and all the trappings of leadership. Outside, Tempest's lights were flickering on. Hundreds of homes, thousands of people, all going about their evening routines. His people, his nation, his dream made real. Veldora, he thought. What did you make of that entity? It was telling the truth, the dragon replied. About everything. I felt it, that was pure, undistorted honesty. Whatever else it might be, it wasn't lying. So our world really is a prison, and we're being tested. Apparently, though from what I understand, you've already passed the test. The dream survived. Cooperation is possible. Veldora's voice carried something like pride. You did that, Naruto. You built something that an ancient cosmic entity thought was impossible. We built it, all of us together. Fair enough, but you started it. You showed everyone it was possible. That counts for something. It did, Naruto supposed. counted for quite a lot. He left the council chamber and walked through Tempest streets, letting the familiar sights and sounds wash over him. Hobgoblins closing up shops. Lizard men gathering for evening prayers. A group of orc children being herded toward bed by exasperated parents. Normal life, continuing despite dimensional breaches and cosmic entities and the revelation that everything they knew might be a cosmic experiment. That was the point, wasn't it? Life continuing. People refusing to give up just because the universe was more complicated than they'd thought. Naruto reached the memorial wall, the great stone pillar covered in names of those who died defending Tempest. More names had been added since the Chaos Lord attack. There would probably be more in the future. But the names weren't a symbol of failure. They were a reminder of what people were willing to sacrifice for something they believed in. "I hope we're worthy of them," Naruto said quietly, touching the cool stone. "I hope what we're building is worth what they gave." The stone had no answers. But standing there, surrounded by the sounds of his people living their lives, Naruto felt something settle into place. Whatever came next, more threats, more revelations, more impossible challenges. They'd face it together. That was what Tempest meant. That was what cooperation meant. That was the dream. And as long as even one person kept believing in it, the dream would survive. 1 year after his reincarnation, Naruto stood before a gathering of 8,000 citizens. Tempest had grown beyond anything he'd imagined that first day as a confused slime in a dark cave. Beyond the village of terrified goblins. Beyond the desperate defense against the orc invasion. Beyond all the battles and betrayals and moments of despair. It had become something real. Something lasting. Something that proved every cynical assumption about the impossibility of cooperation wrong. 1 year ago, he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the central plaza. I woke up in this world with nothing. No power, no position, no people. Just me. A slime barely worth noticing. And a dream that probably seemed ridiculous to everyone who heard it. The crowd was silent, listening. That dream was simple. I wanted to build a place where anyone could belong, regardless of what they were born as. A place where strength wasn't used to dominate the weak, but to protect them. A place where different beings could cooperate instead of fighting. He looked out at the sea of faces, hobgoblins and Kijin, lizard men and orcs, dwarves and humans, and dozens of other species that had found their way to Tempest. A lot of people told me it was impossible, that monsters couldn't cooperate, that humans and monsters could never coexist, that power was the only thing that mattered in this world. He smiled. I'm glad I didn't listen to them. Laughter rippled through the crowd. But I didn't build this alone. None of us did. Every person here contributed something. Their labor, their expertise, their trust. You looked at a strange slime with impossible ideas and decided to give him a chance. That took courage. That took faith. And I'm more grateful for it than I can ever express. His voice grew serious. The road ahead won't be easy. There are still people who want to destroy what we've built. Still challenges we haven't faced yet. Still questions we don't have answers to. But if the past year has taught me anything, it's that together, we can handle whatever comes. He raised his voice for the final words. This nation doesn't exist because of me. It exists because of all of you, your choices, your sacrifices, your refusal to accept that the world has to be cruel and divided. Tempest is yours. It will always be yours. And as long as you believe in it, nothing can take it away. The cheering that followed shook the ground. Naruto stood in the center of it, surrounded by the people he'd come to love, and felt something he hadn't experienced since his old life. Belonging. He'd found it once before, in Konoha, after years of struggle and pain. He'd lost it when he died fighting Kagaya, thought he'd never feel it again. But here, in this impossible nation of monsters and misfits, he'd found it once more. And this time he wasn't letting go. Later that night, after the celebrations had wound down, Naruto found himself on Tempest's walls again. Shuna joined him as she often did these days. Malim appeared from nowhere, stealing food from the kitchens. One by one, the others came, Rimuru and Cheyenne, Rigurd and Sui, even Luminous, who'd been visiting for the anniversary. They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the stars will overhead. 1 year, Milim said eventually. That's nothing compared to how long I've been alive. But somehow it feels like more. Because more happened, Luminous offered. This little slime crammed several centuries' worth of events into a single year. It's exhausting just watching. You're welcome to stop watching anytime. And miss what happens next? Never. Naruto smiled, letting the conversation wash over him. These people, ancient vampire queens and millennial demon lords, evolved monsters and reformed holy knights, had become his family. As unlikely and chaotic as any family could be, but real, genuine. So what's next? The Rimuru asked. Now that we've survived everything from orc invasions to cosmic entities? Tomorrow? Probably paperwork. There's always paperwork. Naruto stretched, feeling contentment settle into his bones. Beyond that, I don't know. I used to think I needed a plan for everything. Needed to know where I was going, what I was building toward. And now I think the point isn't the destination. It's the journey. The process of building, of growing, of becoming something better than we were. He looked around at the faces of his people. As long as we keep doing that together, I think we'll be okay. That's very philosophical, Shuna said. Did you rehearse it? Maybe a little. Laughter rippled through the group. The night stretched on, full of conversation and companionship and the simple pleasure of being together. Eventually, people began drifting away, to beds, to duties, to whatever the next day would bring. But Naruto stayed on the wall a while longer, watching the first hints of dawn color the eastern sky. He thought about everything that had led to this moment. The battle with Kagaya, the darkness of reincarnation, the confusion of waking up as a slime, and then slowly, painfully, beautifully, the building of something worth protecting. Tempest, his nation, his dream made real. It wasn't perfect. There were still problems to solve, threats to face, challenges to overcome. There always would be. That was what it meant to be alive, to be connected, to care about something beyond yourself. But it was his. There's something they'd built together out of hope and stubbornness and the refusal to accept that the world had to be cruel. The sun rose over Tempest, painting the walls in gold. Naruto watched it rise and smiled. Whatever came next, he was ready. They all were.